EQOS, NASDAQ listed. Diginex reports record daily trading volume on EQOS of $200 million. That's Echo Quebec Oscar Sandy, EQOS. Shares of Diginex getting a pop here, $5.79, EQOS. KNDI unveils K32 premium fully enclosed electric four-wheel drive utility terrain vehicles in Hainan factory. That's Kilo November Delta India, KNDI. Shares of Candy, $5.40 now, up 30 cents. Kilo November.
Good morning.
That's KNDI.
I'll be live shortly. Just doing a few things. All right, Palantir got some news this morning. What's going on with Palantir? Some sort of partnership with Palantir? Pre-market on the move. All right, needs to get above 22, 23. 23 would do it. Above the 50-day. Palantir. Watching the pre-market. There was some news of some sort of partnership or whatever. All right, we'll watch that for a minute. Palantir. I'm watching on a different screen. All right, so the watch list, watching the watch list. Good morning, Katrina. Good morning, Jamie. Happy Monday to you as well, and to everyone listening. Waiting for the markets to open. Let me just go over Gamma real quick. Gamma. Futures popped higher this morning, of course. We know we're watching that. We're currently trading 41.75. So that was an area where we had a very large gamma strike going last week. Gamma reads slightly positive in the S&P 500, but negative in the SPY and the Qs. All right, resistance still shows at 420 SPY and 4200 on the S&P, with initial support at 415 and 4150. 4150 is the area where we bounced. What time was it? Right around midnight. We bounced in that area. Uh-oh. What happened there? My chart just went away. That was weird. All right, so Sunday night we started off at around, what was that? Around 41.44. Sunday night we opened around 41.44. It's been higher highs and higher lows since. We're trading at the highs presently. 41.75 even. Upside volatility should be capped off around 4,200 with more room for volatility to the downside. In order for a breakout to manifest, we think that the markets must hold that 4150 level All right, 4150, that was last night. That's also the monthly point of control. 4150, actually it's a little bit higher. 4155 is the point of control for the month. You can write that down, 4155. That changes during the day, but only slightly for the month. We ended the week on Friday with a mixed print, 1-to-1 up-down volume, and tick cumulative, while making higher highs and higher lows, did finish on a red signal. So this morning we should see a green signal. If we don't, I'll let you know. That'll usually manifest by about 10 o'clock a.m. Morning, Robert. Good morning. Feeling pretty good about today. Not because futures are higher, but just generally speaking. It's a nice day outside. It was hot as hell. It's my first really hot day in Myrtle Beach. It was scorching. It was a scorcher. It was like 90. It felt like 95. Cooled off during the evening. No thunder shower, which I was surprised. That's usually would translate into a thunderstorm. Cool in the morning, hot during the day, and then cool at night again. Anywho, what can I tell you? Let me get rid of this screen here and the banner. We don't need that right now while I'm chatting with you. All right, so here is the watch list. All right, the thing to pay attention to on the watch list, most of these stocks have very obvious volume, okay? So I like when this is solid green for more than a week, all right? So we've got 7 trading days, a bullish crossover, stochastics rising, telling to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range on a 14-day rolling basis, 14 days. All right, so stochastics telling us to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. It's not quite overbought. Let's see what CDNA looks like this morning. Let me start up my Schwab trading account. 1 second, please. All right, so we were talking about spot gamma. So in order for a breakout to manifest, we think the markets must hold that 4150 level. We're above that. That's the point of control for the month. The call wall has to roll up to a higher strike from 4200. A break of 4150 likely leads to a quick test of 4050. So a break through the lows that we moved above last night at around 8 o'clock. I don't see that happening, but if we do pull back, it'll be because dealers and market makers are selling like crazy, or if there's some catalyst that we don't see at present. All right, so let me do something real quick here as we're talking about this.
Fed Governor Brainerd says prices are rebounding from pandemic lows and some price increases are linked to a surge in demand. Says relief payments and other assistance are affecting spending. Says some bottlenecks in supply chains are contributing to the inflation. Brainerd says she expects price pressures linked to bottlenecks and reopening to subside over time. Brainerd says if we did see inflation that moves persistently above our goals, Fed has the tools to guide inflation back down.
All right, so they're doing a good job of trying to scare everybody out of Bitcoin, if there's anybody left. Constant talk about safety, liquidity, in a rush to the doors, all that kind of stuff. They're really going to town. All right. Just getting ready for the opening bell. We got 6 minutes to go. I'm searching for a file that I put someplace where I wouldn't forget where I put it. Of course, I lost it. Let me go ahead and download it again. Let's see. Good morning, everyone. All right, we got 5 minutes to go for the opening bell. All right, so anyway, in order to break out to manifest, the markets must hold that 4150 level. We need to see the call wall roll up. We can see right here with this particular image, distinct changes in gamma at 4205 and 4055. You can take a screen cap of this, or it's also in the Slack trading room. This implies that dealer hedging changes sharply at these levels, which corresponds with where support and resistance has been seen over the past several weeks. All right. That support and resistance at support at 4055 and resistance at 4205 corresponds to this chart where dealers hedging changes sharply at those levels. So any pullbacks or pushes up to the highs, 4205, you could expect to see some resistance. All right, let me just get my account up here. All right, I'm watching Palantir. There was some sort of deal made or a partnership with Palantir and somebody else. You probably already know about it. All right, we've got 3 minutes to go. Get ready for the opening bell. I don't do anything the first 15 to 20 minutes of the trading day, usually just taking profits off the table. Waiting for institutions and dealers, algos to take care of business. Okay, I got to make a call real quick for I'm going to mute you guys for 1 sec. There's the opening bell. Good luck, folks. I'm going to put you on mute for a sec. All right, sorry about that. I had to get online with Schwab. Bought a new phone this weekend, the iPhone 12 Pro Max or whatever the hell it's called. So that screwed up my credentials that you need. You need two-factor credentials to get onto most accounts now. If you don't have two-factor credentials on your trading accounts or any of your major accounts, I would suggest that you do. All right, so the markets are moving higher, Qs are higher, SPY is higher. All right, most stocks are responding in kind. Qs continue to push higher. All right, I had Q calls from Friday for today that I'm taking off right now for a nice profit. All right, so we're out of those. That was nice. It was a nice little present for this morning. Let me just make sure everybody knows that. All right, so I'm all out of those calls. We could continue higher. I just got a lot of things to do, so I want to take some profits into strength. I'm not greedy. I could have left the trailer on. Qs look pretty strong. The reasoning behind that, the QQQ reasoning, of course. All right, looking for the bounce. All right, Roku is on the move. Roku moving stops. All right, the Q is looking good. Look at Roku. Roku looks nice. Yeah, that's a great camera. You know, I have a Canon, what is it, 5D or whatever, a really nice digital camera. I haven't used it in ages. I mean, it's just so easy to whip your phone out and take pictures or video or whatever. I had an older Canon that I wanted to sell, and I listed it on Craigslist, of course. And you know, this Nigerian prince who was trying to do something for his son wanted me to send the camera to him, and he would pay for the postage. And inside the letter he was going to send me would be a check, of course. You know, I love those Nigerian princes. They always show up. You know, I haven't sold anything on Craigslist ever, but that was that was an interesting conversation. Never talked to a prince before. Roku continues to move higher. VIX is moving lower, so that's helping us out a great deal today. All right, let's see what this guy looks like. Market Smith. Looking for a follow through. All right, waiting for around 10 o'clock before we do much. Taking profits off in the strength, and we got a nice move here underway. Q seeing a little profit taking. Watching Roku. Roku continues to ramp higher. Looking for Roku. Over the last week, we've been watching price action on Roku. Now that it's pushing above the 50-day, looking for a follow through. I'm going to add to Roku, but I'm waiting for a flag on Roku to add. All right, pretty much everything is at the highs right now. Q's reflecting it, SPY reflecting it. Looks good. Roku looks really nice. Let's go see what's working. Okay, NASDAQ. Apple, it's up 1.15%. Apple looks good. AMC, continuation. Pinterest, a nice little pop on Pinterest. Let's see what Pinterest looks like. P-I-N-S. Pinterest looks like it could follow through. I have some June monthlies, the 65 call. I don't know why I brought that far out. Interesting. GLD, gold flagging. DocuSign, DOCU. That was one that somebody mentioned on halftime report, I believe. Maybe it was Bren or one of those ladies. I don't think it was one of the guys. It might have been, actually, it might have been Pete. Cisco, looking for a follow through on Cisco. Looking for the breakout. A lot of stocks look really good, I have to say. Might be a little more aggressive than usual if we hold up here and don't immediately fade. Microsoft, continuation. Microsoft looks really good too. All right, Microsoft's above the 9, 21, and 50-day. MACD's crossing, stochastics rising. You got about a $5 ATR on this one. It's up 470. Looks good for a swing or day trade, only on pullback now because of the ATR being exhausted at this point. The thing about Microsoft is probably one of the best software companies out there next to Adobe. I mean, different businesses, but the whole subscription model idea. Satya Nadella doing a great job. I couldn't tell you who the CEO of Adobe is, but we're going to continue to use software. And one of the other ones, I believe, no, it's Bristol Myers. What's the software company? Bentley Systems. I believe Anton picked up on this one this week, BSY. Bentley Systems, they have software related to construction, architecture, infrastructure. They're very good. Systems that double check architects and engineers construction drawings. You draw something on a floor plan, it shows up in the elevation, it shows up in the details, it shows up in different places, and it's a lot better than we used to draw by hand on a sheet of paper. But you could draw a detail or a plan, and it had nothing. You had no relation to the drawings that go with it. So these new systems track all the changes so that you don't have errors and omissions in your drawings. Anyway, Bentley Systems is really good. It looks like it wants to break out. Higher lows. We got this double top. Volume shows that institutions. This is the key for me, especially this week. Stocks like CDNA. All right, we've still got a few minutes to go for the opening range. That's why I'm yapping away right now. So identifying institutions' presence is key. All right, we're watching a flag here on most of the stocks that we're trading. All right, so let's look at Qualcomm. Qualcomm. All right, so see the volume here? It's a little bit ambivalent, right, or a little mixed. Can't figure out what they want to do. Some investors are taking profits. Some are buying. We got to get through the 50 and the 200 day. I want to see more consistent volume over several days. Tesla. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla trying to get going. See, it's a little mixed up here. Watched a video this weekend on Elon Musk and SpaceX. The trials and tribulations of the startup through launching Dragon, whatever, number 2, 3, whatever, and the re-entry vehicles, rocket boosters coming back to Earth, that whole thing, and winning contracts from NASA. It was a great video. It's about 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Excellent if you like Elon. Guy nearly had a nervous breakdown. Anyway, so this looks good. Okay, so Roblox is up $4. Roblox blasting off. My son's going to be happy about that. He's making about $10 on these. RBLX. Let's see, who was that I was talking to this weekend? I was chatting up Horns. Was that Ryan? You're in Roblox, Apple, and Qualcomm, and so you're probably pretty happy this morning, I would venture to say. Apple gets above the 50-day. That's going to help us out a lot. Qualcomm, we just talked about Qualcomm. Want to see that get through the 50 and the 200-day. Our stocks are flagging right now. The Qs and SPY are flagging. I see Susie talking about Snap. I looked at Snap. I was interested in it. I'd like to see more volume like we had over here. See that volume there? Only one red day out of 5. Snap didn't follow through, but it looks like that volume that occurred here, this volume, they're still waiting there. If we don't slow down, this could blast right through there and get back to these 73 levels pretty quick. Snap looks really good. You got a higher low, you got a leg down, you got a leg up, still building. MACD just crossed, so you have plenty of upside potential. Good morning, Stephen. Okay. All right, SPY and the Qs continue to move higher. All right, let's go take a look at Lee Star's 60-minute. All right, so the 60-minute, what we're looking for is a move through the teal zone. We can see that we're pushing through that level right now. The teal zone being 415 to 415.11 to 415.40. He ran a test over the last 3 years, 3.5 years, 25 of 27 occurrences where price action moved through the teal zone led to at least about 100% gain. He took 40 delta calls and was looking out, depending on the circumstances at present. This is a base that could stay in here for a while. Depending on the current circumstances, he might take something closer in terms of time, DTE, date till expiration, out to 2 and 3 months. Now this looks like it's going to keep going. I'm not going to buy up here, but SPY looks good for a follow through. So this is the 3.5 years he's been tracking this. 25 of 27 occurrences resulted in at least 100% gain, only taking calls. So this would be 28, number 28. See if we can make that 26 of 28. So taking 40 delta call on, let's see, June or July, August. Probably July is the best month. July is one of the seasonally strongest months of the year for technology. All right, so we're 9:55. I'm getting ready to take some more shares of Roku if we flag here. Roblox, same thing. Roblox looks really good, actually. Roblox. And Roku. Roblox is breaking out of a flat base or a Darvis box IPO. I was surprised to see some of these seasoned fund managers talking about Roblox technology. It's beyond just a game, but there's more to it on the technology side. Buying shares, having positions in Roblox. So you know that they're not looking for $5. They're looking for this to continue. So Roblox is one we'll stick with for a while. The son is adamant about sticking with Roblox. You know, those young investors, they'll blow up their accounts before they change their mind. They don't want to rent the stock, they want to own it. Love it. Marry it. He's pretty funny. Tesla, nice bounce on Tesla at the moment. Tesla. All right, so we got MACD about to cross or MACD crossing on many of these stocks that we're watching. Let's go take a look at growth versus value. We want to see this line turn back up. And it is. All right, so we bounced at the 21-day last week on Wednesday, put in that little hammer on value stocks. They recovered. Buyers stepped up. We also saw a follow-through on Wednesday and Thursday for growth. Friday, people were taking profits, I guess because they were concerned that the Qs would not be able to get back above the 50-day. But we're above the 50-day. So above 330, the whole dynamic changes, folks. All right, so above 330, the dynamic changes quite a bit. So dealers and hedgers above 330, less put interference. All right, let me find the section here where I referenced that. Oh, 340. Okay, so SG momentum index grows as the Qs move lower. This implies that negative gamma will help accelerate volatility if QQQ sells off. We don't have that problem right now. We're flagging. If, however, Qs can manage to push above 340, all right, that's way up here. I would say once above 330, we start to see the picture changing. The volatility in tech should subside. All right, so we're trending more. And the fact that we're above the 50-day is a big psychological barrier. We got RSI above 50. You got many stocks in the group, the FANG 15, all looking very strong. When I look at this on a candle glance, I should see almost all of these above VWAP. Okay, And it is, what, almost 10 o'clock. So all of these are above VWAP. Intel is slacking off a little bit. And Netflix and Qualcomm. All right, the rest of these, though, consider trades on these, day trades. If they stay above VWAP and start pulling away. Software stocks like Adobe looks good. They're above the 50-day. Almost all of them look very similar to the Qs. SPY is still going. All right, SPY looks good. Try to focus on one or two names for, day trades if you're day trading. Try to make your goal for the day. My goal is anywhere from $500 to $1,000 a day. That translates into an average of $10,000 to $20,000 a month if I can manage those goals. Even if it's $250 a day, I'm very happy with that. $5,000 a month extra. While yapping away here, I'm trading four different trading accounts. Plus, I have IRAs for my wife and myself, and Cloverdale accounts for my kids. So I have multiple accounts I'm trading at the same time. So that average translates into those accounts as well. Individually, each $250 a week, a day, or $500 a day. If I can manage that. All right, watching what's going on here. Microsoft looks good. Freeport McMoran. Let's see what that looks like. Freeport FCX. All right, looks like Rob is in Paycom. Let's look at Paycom real quick. If he's selling puts, that means he's looking for a price action to follow through. So Rob's strategy is to collect premium. All right, he's okay if he gets the stock, but he preferred to make the premium. As price action pulls away, he's selling the 300 put. So this is way down here below this pivot. And he's making $2.11 or $2,100 in premium for selling 10 of them. The Paycom. All right, so you see what he's doing? You can also do something similar. You can do what's called a credit spread, a bullish credit spread, where you're selling the close to the money put, like the 330, and buying a couple of strikes out of the money. For a credit, and what that does for you by buying the 320, it gives you that added bit of protection. You might have to do that anyway with your, depending on your account size. All right, and margin if you're using margin at all. So look at Freeport. So he's selling premium. All right, so a credit spread looks really good on Paycom. There's a lot of stocks that you can do that on right now. Let's see, Freeport, FCX. Freeport hanging out at the 21-day for the last 4 days, looking for a push off of there. The steel stocks like Cleveland Cliffs looking for a follow-through. All right, so Cleveland Cliffs is hanging on to the 50-day. There was some news about tariffs being lifted in the EU, which would affect Cleveland Cliffs. Looks like buyers are stepping up anyway. I know Farmer Jim is in Cleveland Cliffs. Microsoft looking pretty good. Hertz is back to $6.70. That's about a dollar gain from Friday. Was trading in the fives, or Thursday or Friday. Last I remember, IBM is sideways. Cisco is moving higher. Cisco Kid. Cisco looks good. Microsoft looks good. Freeport, Qualcomm. All right, so that's all on U1. Looking for a push higher on U1. Boeing following through. All right, let's look at Boeing. All right, industrials, financials, transports did fairly well. Transports were kind of flat last week. All right, so we'll look at the sectors in a second here. Let's go check out the sector, see who's the strongest. We want to focus on the sector, that strongest sector. With the indices moving higher, I got to suspect semiconductors and tech are the high. They are. USO crude oil is a penny. Actually, it's even with semiconductors right now. USO and semiconductors. So focus on these groups, folks. If you're trading in these groups, you're probably going to be fine, and you're going to have a higher probability if you're trading tech today. Let's see, communications, XLC, that could be Snap as well. Snap. All right, so these four crude oil, semiconductors, technology, and communications. Metals and mining are right in there too, XME. All right, so watch your steel stocks, watch gold, GLD. If you have any of these positions, just keep moving your stops higher. Look for little dips to the 9 EMA in these bullish trends. Gold, I'll stick with gold until about end of July if this continues to repeat what we've seen in the past. Gold tends to be an inflation hedge. All right, people looking at gold as a hedge. I certainly am. Silver, another one, SLV. All right, looking for that to continue. So we got the pullback on Friday. Watch for the buyers to step up. SPY and the Qs are gone. SPY is gone. Goodbye. All right, so SPY is above 417.50. That's what we were looking for on Friday. We didn't do it. Watch how price action reacts up here. Could be just taking out stops and reversing. For now, we're very strong. We're up $3.40 on the SPY, almost 1%. Qs are up 1.3% today. Qs were down close to that amount. Actually, it was more than that. It was like 2% right on Friday. And I thought, oh my gosh, if we don't hold the 50-day, we're going to have a problem. The other thought was, all right, so we didn't make it through the 50-day. The bears are probably going to chomp a position for a pullback. And if we can get back above the 50-day today, which obviously we are, that's a huge change in our favor. If you're bullish, all right, so stick with your trades. Most likely these are going to move higher. All right, so this is a cheap stock. Now, I'm not recommending this. I just want to point out this American Battery Metals. Companies that reclaim and I'm not exactly sure the proper word for it, but reusing old batteries, lithium is going to be a big deal. This is a $2 stock. I'm not saying buy this by any means. All right, we got 3 white soldiers. It was either Pete or John Nigerian. I think it was John Nigerian on Friday mentioning this, and I said, you know what, this looks pretty good. Actually, it was Thursday. This looks really good, and you know, I bought a couple hundred shares for my kids in each of their accounts because they're going to be around a lot longer than me, you know, and it looks like the trend, people are starting to grasp. I'm seeing more and more electric vehicles running around. They're making electric vehicles sexy with the marketing, you know, GM with their Hummer and Ford with the 150. I'm seeing a lot more Teslas on the road, charging stations everywhere. I'm having solar panels installed. Going to have a battery backup system. I haven't decided which one I'm going to use yet, whether it's Generac or Tesla. Tesla's pretty expensive. Generac gives you more charging. You know, you can do nighttime. We don't usually use a lot of electricity. Maybe we watch TV or something. You know, very little in the way of lights, maybe side lamps. But the solar power that you store during the day in Myrtle Beach is like unbelievable. The idea that we can use that power, you know, to recharge a car, to take the kids to school, to cut down on fossil fuel use. You know, I don't want to pay $5 a gallon for oil and gas. Still going to be around for a while. People still like the sound of a gasoline engine, but things are changing. Anyway, this company reclaims and restores and reuses. All right, so this looks good. A lot of you guys are busy at work here while I'm yapping away. DG. All right, watching DG here. All right, there's no support until we get down into this zone here, so be careful with that one. I'd be more comfortable if I saw this starting to find some buyers like you, Rob, coming in. I'm not going to knife catch. I know you'll only be in this for a minute or two if it doesn't work, so I have no problem with that. Let's see, who else is doing well here? So we know what the sectors are that we should focus on. Tech, semiconductors, communications, crude oil, and metals and mining. All right, so those are the top 4 or 5. Roblox looks good. Roku up $12.84. Roku, I really like Roku. I only trade Roku once it starts to trend and gets above the 9 and 21 day. That's starting to happen right now. It's the word starting is the operative word here. The volume has tapered off. Okay, as we're starting to move higher. If we get above the 50 day, this will change the picture. We got a descending channel. A break above 350, 360 would definitely do it for me. RSI is just getting started. All right, so I'm watching Roku for an ad. I already have shares from over here that I sat through on the pullback. I didn't take out my stops. I took it, I think, on the second or third day here. It came back, but it didn't come back 8%, 10%. Microsoft looking very strong here. Probably one of the premier stocks to own, software stocks, is Microsoft. Even if the stock pulls back a little bit, this is something I would swing. You know, first computer, 19, what was that, 83, the 286 processor. You had like, what, 16 kilobits, or was it megabytes? It was like something ridiculous, like 16 megabytes of RAM or storage, those big 12-inch floppy disks. Microsoft's been around, and Satya Nadella came in and reinvented the company. And since then, it's just been on a tear, right? You might say to yourself, yeah, it's at the highs. I think it doesn't have much further to go. I would disagree. You know, just this Excel product alone, Excel alone would be a lot. But they're also developing devices like heads-up displays, goggles for the U.S. Army. You know, $22.8 billion contract over 10 years. So, I mean, that's just one contract, $2.2 billion a year. So people have tended to forget about that with Microsoft. I like buying it on the pullback after knowing over here on that that move higher in April. That's when they found out. That's when we found out about the contract. So the pullback here is giving me a discount at that price, looking for a follow through. Now I'm not saying go out and buy Microsoft right now. I'm in it. I'm just letting you know what I'm thinking here. Looking for an entry would be, for me, if I was going to enter more shares, I'm thinking about it actually. I'm looking for, how does this flag work out? Does it continue and just blast higher? I might add if that's the case. Maybe if I wanted 100 shares, I'd probably add, 20. If it pulls back a little bit to VWAP and holds, I'd probably add another 20. If it comes back to VWAP like this, see how it comes back to VWAP? See that first bullish candle? That's what I'm looking for. That's what you should be looking for. And then the follow through that takes out this wick. In order for this dip and following bounce to take this level out, it's got to be fresh money. So we look for a relative volume to be pretty high. All right, and then we just follow VWAP. We want VWAP to be pointing higher. So VWAP is pointing higher. We're just watching Microsoft at the moment. All right, this looks really good. And I got to believe there's going to be a lot of people buying Microsoft. You got the indices behind you. The Qs are rising. You got the sector, XLK, and the software sector higher. And the individual industry groups, software, and the individual stocks all moving higher. So it's not just Microsoft. There are other software names that are looking good. Let's go take a look at Adobe, for example. Adobe. All right, Adobe. Look at Adobe. Isn't that a pretty chart? That's pretty. In order for it to take out 497.80, it needs fresh money, new money. New money needs to come in. Look at the relative volume. I know I'm just yapping away this morning. I didn't have that much coffee, so it's not the coffee. Speaking of coffee, I need to grab some water. Rick, if you're listening, thanks for that email you sent me about drinking more water. Yeah, you tend to do that. The older you get, the more you tend to forget that you need to drink a lot of water, especially if you live in southern climates. Get dehydrated. It's not a good thing for people when you get over above your 30, 40s, 50s, you know, people tend to forget. Anyway, Adobe looks good. Another software name. Let's see, Cisco. Cisco is one that I'd like to be a friend of mine. All right, so it's coming back to VWAP. All right, so what happens here at VWAP is important because it could turn out to be flat VWAP situation. See the difference between Thursday when we moved away from VWAP very quickly, and right now the first half hour, we've already pulled back 45 minutes. So this needs to bounce and follow through. Most likely Cisco is going to be a doji day. That's okay. Not every day is going to be a bullish day. All right, let me just check real quick. Over here. All right, so Cisco looks good. I don't have a problem with Cisco. I'll probably add to it on that what looks like a little spinning top or a doji. Not every day is going to be an expansion day. Cisco has a ATR of $1.02. It's already up 93 cents. So for it to not go anywhere is not surprising, right? So $1.02 on the ATR. We're already starting to stall, but it's a tight price action, a tight candle, $1 range. That makes sense. So watch for the dip. If you get a 50-cent dip on this and it starts to turn around and you see candles like this where your buyers are showing up, then you can confirm this is your stop down here in the wicks, and then look for a follow through, right? So you know what I'm looking for. Watch on Cisco here. If it starts to move, the indices have yet to give up, so the bears are like screaming bloody murder right now, I can tell you, on StockTwits. They are not happy. I don't blame them. I wouldn't be happy either. You know, you're gonna be wrong more often than right if you're bearish always. If you're a perma bear, you're gonna be right every once in a while, but the majority of the time you're gonna be wrong. And I don't like those odds. If you go to Vegas and you have a 10% chance of winning, 90% chance of losing, I'll take the opposite of that bet. Use the odds. I'm not saying that 90% of the time the market is going to be moving higher, but that's a pretty good number. I think, you know, there's probably statistics out there that show that famous quote from Warren Buffett, paraphrasing, you know, the markets are designed as an auction to go higher over time. Just buy the companies that you understand. You know, he's made billions and billions exercising that simple principle. Peter Lynch, another one. If you know Peter Lynch, know the stocks that you're trading. Know what you're trading. Know what they do. Know what the sales and earnings are. Know what the forward PEs are. You see many of the traders in the room talking about PEs, forward PEs, fundamentals, not just technicals. I love the teamwork. All right, so right now, let's see, Boeing. What's Boeing doing? Boeing looks good. I like Boeing. If you haven't started a position in Boeing, I have shares, but you're starting to see buyers stepping up here at the 21 day. What's the indices doing? The indices, we're looking at the indices from the perspective of a top-down approach to the markets. We want to see the market index bullish. We want to see the sector bullish, industrials. We want to see the industry group, aerospace, bullish. We want to see the individual stocks, Boeing, bullish, right? All those things are very important. So this looks pretty good. You got support, good risk reward right below the 21 day. I'm looking to add to Boeing, and I would only do it on a flag, probably a tight range day, right? Like Cisco. Yeah, you see how it's flattening out already? So I'll probably pass on Boeing unless it starts to pick up. I'll put an alert on it. Whereas something like Roku is showing that it's in favor right now. More people are waking up to the fact that Roku did not pull back. Look what it's doing. Look what Roku's doing. See where VWAP is? See how it's pulling away? Fresh money will take Roku to higher levels. Wow, the SPY is just ripping like a frickin' space shuttle launch or a SpaceX launch. I like SpaceX. I have a renewed respect for what Elon did, inventing a company that now is doing the bidding for NASA. You know, the only other country, the only other, I'm searching for a word here. You only had China, the U.S., what was the other country? Launching vehicles in Russia into space, and Elon successfully launching into space. I guess you've got a few others like France. I think did a few things. There was some stipulation about the what they were talking about, but I thought that was pretty cool. Very good article, or very good video. All right, SPY and the Qs continue to push higher. I'm not going to chase up here. All right, so I had some SPY puts for today. Those are worthless unless the market just crashes. I don't see that happening. So I'm okay. Most of my trades were all long. I had just the SPY puts. They were out of the money for 14s. That was due to Friday. I didn't know what was going to happen with the Qs. I thought the Qs might pull back and that would exacerbate a move lower. So it was a little bit of protection that I didn't need. It's okay. Everything else was working. I have positions in DocuSign, Intel, Tesla. These are shares. Cisco, Microsoft, Roblox, Roku, Pinterest. I have options on Pinterest. Pinterest looks good. Let's take a look at Pinterest. So I'm back up to a dozen positions. And I was going to take more off if we started to move lower today. It looks like I'm not going to have to worry about that because everything that I was concerned about is being alleviated today. What I've been watching is where is price relative to the moving averages? What are the moving averages doing? What is price action? Is this a leg down and then a leg up? Can I get at least 50% of this move back? That would mean a move back to around the 50-day. For Pinterest, I don't know if you use Pinterest. I think it's an excellent tool for, if you're doing any kind of interior design or you want ideas about your garage, you want to fix up your garage or whatever, which is what I was using it for recently. They have a good model, business model. Let's see. 88, 83. Can I get 88.3? It's very hard to do that. All right, so 50% would be right around the 50-day. You can see that, Pinterest. That's what I'm looking for. You also have this volume by price overhead ceiling right around 382. So between 382 and 50%, the 50-day moving average, if we can get through the 21-day, I'm looking for at least 4 to 6 points on this one. All right, and I already have a position. So a stop of $1 or $2 on Friday, looking for $4 upside, 2 to 1 risk reward. That was pretty good. I saw this little flag at the 200-day. I thought it might come back. Instead, we're pushing higher, and that SPY is just going straight up. This is crazy. Look at SPY. This is beautiful. All right, it looks better on the 5-minute chart. The daily chart, it looks good too, but it's not as beautiful as the 5-minute. The 5-minute, look at that, pulling away from VWAP. All right, so we're waiting for a flag. That'll usually come around 12 o'clock. That's a while. We got a while to trade into the A pivot. What I'm looking for is an A pivot. All right, so the A pivot tends to happen around 12 o'clock. Sometimes it's earlier if we get a gap down from the Friday high into the low on a Monday. But right now it looks like this A pivot is doing what we anticipated, which would be to culminate around 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So we'll watch for that. SPY keeps going. 420 is the level that we need to hold. If it doesn't hold, the bears are in trouble. Okay, so watch for resistance at 420. All right, we get above 420. That's going to be a clear and present danger for the bears. I don't see us getting above 420, but if we do, it'll be because institutions want it. U1, I like it. I like it not just because of everything that's been talked about, but I like the social implications. All right, U1 should continue to garner interest from a lot of people, not just, day traders. U1 looks really good. Looks like it's going to take off here. Watch U1. Lots of volume. Last week on Thursday, Friday we had some sellers, probably people just taking profits off the table. Black-owned broadcast stations, I think it was like 65 around the country and major metropolitan areas. I think that's a great idea, and living the American dream. It's up 7.5% right now. U1. Tesla's up almost 2%. Looking for Tesla to get something going here. SPY, watch for 420, folks. If I'm not paying attention, make sure you ping me a couple of times to pay attention. We're at R2. Qs are at R2. SPY, we got R2 just overhead, lining up just below that 420 level. R2 on the SPY is 419.61. We're just overhead. 420 is most likely going to be resistance. And we got 332. I could have held those calls a little bit longer. Would have made a little bit more money. All right, folks. Hope you're doing well today. Good morning, Daniel. Yeah, Tesla, I agree with you. I'm very happy to see people talk the language. Looking for that B pivot on Tesla. All right. Your best entries, if you miss the opening salvo, generally it's after 10 o'clock. And after 10 o'clock, what we do is we wait for institutions to tell us whether or not they're interested. Look at the relative volumes, picking up pretty good. Tesla looks good on the daily too. So any pullback, I need to see a B pivot that holds and then fresh money that comes in. Similar open like we see over here. The problem was the B pivot didn't hold the VWAP and it continued lower. Eventually did bottom above the 240E, that dashed gold line there. That lines up with the 21 or the 20 EMA on the 60 minute. Let's go look at the 60 minute. Tesla, I'd be very interested in adding to shares. My kids have shares. Here's the 20 EMA. Look at what the 20 EMA is doing. You see that, Daniel? This is going to start moving higher. I mean, Elon's into more than just freaking cars. I mean, I think everyone knows that, right? Batteries, solar, SpaceX, government contracts. What are the similarities of the companies that you're trading that have longevity? Look at Microsoft, government contracts. Look at Tesla, NASA, government contracts, among other things, Looks really good. Tesla looks good. I like it. 60 minute looks good. So watch for that B pivot. My kids have shares. I might start a position if we start to continue higher. I'm only interested in buying shares. I could buy options. I'm thinking for my retirement account, I want to add some. Tesla holds here. I'd be surprised if Carter Worth doesn't come on again and say, okay, the bottom is in Tesla. He called it a few years ago. Almost pinpoint. It changed directions the very next day. I think on a Friday he said something. On a Monday, the stock turned around and started moving higher. It was like at $90 per share or something like that. And eventually went to the, 1,000 before splitting, 6 for 1. Talked to Mikey too. When I first met Mikey back, Heart Pumper, when I first met him, it was many, many years ago with Day Trading Radio. You know, I was a member there. I was just thinking about day trading a lot at the time. Then I went over to GTO's room, hung out with GTO, and I believe Mikey bought somewhere around $40 per share Tesla. I think he still has a core position on it. I mean, that's what I'm doing for my kids, so that's me. And during that run, after Carter Worth mentioned it, I know Jen had also traded it, swung it for about 2 or 3 months, doubled her position, gains, doubled her gains in that stock, Tesla, a couple of years ago. Quality names, what are they doing? Are they winning contracts? What are their fundamentals? What are their forward PEs? Are they constantly reinventing themselves like Tesla? I mean, who would have thought just a few years ago that we'd be seeing a company successfully launch vehicles and have them re-enter? Are you kidding me? And safely land the rocket boosters? That's just insane. I know I'm kind of chatty Cathy this morning. I'm waiting for a B pivot. I don't want to chase SPY in the Qs. Never chase. Never chase. Always wait. If you miss the opening salvo, it's better and strategically more higher probability if you wait, because this is going to exhaust itself at some point. If it doesn't and keeps going, eventually it will exhaust itself, probably at this pivot over here. Once it does, it comes back. Still very bullish looking chart on the daily. So you look for that pullback to give you the best entry, B and C pivots. All right, let me go check. Let's see who is giving us the most relative volume today. Jaguar Health is back at $1.50. That's probably being traded by the likes of Cameron, Ross Cameron, and I forget the other guy's name. He always sends out like 100 emails a day. That day trader guy that's always on Twitter or always on YouTube. JAG-X. That's probably being traded by momentum traders right now. All right, so what they do, and I'll tell you their strategy. What they do is they don't buy the peak. What they do is they wait for the pullback. And they'll scalp it for 10, 15 cents, but they'll do it with like 20,000 shares or 10,000 shares. And all they're looking for is 2 cents, 5 cents. All right, so the strategy is for these penny stock traders is wait for a little pullback, watch for the volume to come in. They have orders set up. Once they enter, they have an order to set up to sell it for 5 cents or whatever, and they'll do like 10,000 shares. And they'll just keep doing that. And they'll ride it higher and wait for that first wiki candle. They take profits, wait for the dip. Never buy the high. Always wait for the dip. Wait for those buyers to show up. That's what they do. Yeah. Very nice cars. Very nice cars. I wouldn't mind a Taycan either. Zipping around the neighborhood in a Porsche EV. The torque is like mind-boggling, as Rob was saying. When you watch these races on Netflix, there's a series, or is it a Tesla S, I believe, races like a funny car and beats it. The torque off the line is just incredible. The funny car couldn't even catch up. All right, Roku continues to look good. Roku. All right, so I'm not doing much new right now until I see these B and C pivots. The SPY and the Q is still going. So what I'm doing is writing positions that I already had coming into today. Roblox, Roku, Microsoft, Cisco, Tesla. I did buy some U1 with Mondo last week. Intel, Qualcomm, DocuSign. I do have some gold and Cleveland Cliffs and Boeing, right? Triple D, I still have a position in Triple D. CSIQ is off a little bit today. CSIQ. All right, we're looking for these solar stocks to bottom. All right, so encounter with the 21 day being rejected. All right, watching the other ones like DQ. That one's getting rejected. So it might take a little bit longer for these to work. DocuSign. DocuSign was a thing before COVID-19. Just got a lot more notoriety after. The industries were already starting to shift to that direction several years ago. Those of you in real estate know what I'm talking about. And legal, attorneys, whatever. People are constantly traveling. Prior to COVID, they needed a way to sign legal documents and get the efficiency of workflow. All right, watching Cleveland Cliffs, AMC, pushing a bit higher. Pinterest, looking for a push higher. Yeah. Just like you said, Rob, take your rich your rich friends for rides with you. You know, they'll leave all their stuff in their pockets and stuff in the back of the seat of your car. That's pretty funny. All right, QLD looking really good. All right, so Mike is trading another one of those names that look really good. QLD, right? He's been managing this one since last week, I believe. A double bottom there after a series of higher lows. It's above the 50-day. Looks really good. QLD. All right, now that we're back above the 50-day, MACD's crossing. You've got about a 4-point measured move, or 4-point ATR in this, so you're starting to run up against maximum for the day. If we continue higher, it'll be because it's an expansion day and volume is just coming in faster than they could sell. More institutions, more demand. Intel is up a buck. Intel's up a buck. Really like Intel as well. Semiconductors are very strong today. Clears the 21-day. This is a big level for Intel. Not a big mover. Volume coming in. This is what I look for. All right, stocks like CDNA. They showed a very strong volume profile for 7 days straight. Nothing but buyers. Okay, Microsoft. A little bit more mixed. Need to see more volume. Roku. All of these are working. Roku pushing a bit higher. Roblox, I like the Darvis box breakout, IPO new highs. I don't know, can you short Roblox? Let me see what it says here. Roblox, hard to borrow, so that usually translates into higher margin rates. Got 3,000 of the 100 call on Roblox June, trading so far 5,000 of the 105s. So it looks like they're looking for a nice follow through here. Roblox, don't buy options at the high. Wait for this little pullback for Roblox. It's got a little flag right now, Roblox. Okay, you never want to buy options at the high. Always wait for a little dip first. holding at VWAP. The next higher low looks good here. Got a lot of calls coming in here. I wonder if Nancy's buying more. All right, waiting for a little dip. All right, SPY in the Qs still filling the sales with a tailwind. All right, the sectors looking good. We got tech, software, communications, oil and gas, metals and mining, semiconductors, all very strong today. And they're relentless. They're not giving the bears a chance to breathe. Nothing worse than a bear unable to breathe. Head under the water looking for a salmon. There's no salmon. Don't be a salmon. Don't swim upstream. You want to go with the flow, right? It looks like Roblox is going to go again. Looks like Roblox wants to go again. All right, here we go again. Roblox going right here, right now, what we're talking about. So in order for this to take out 89, 90, that's going to be fresh money coming in. Okay, so what do we got in terms of volume on Roblox? Relative volume looks pretty good. Roblox is trading 3.4 RVOL. So this is something you need to pay attention to. If you're a new member, it's all about creating an edge for yourself. Number one, don't buy the rip, buy the little dips, ABCD patterns. Number two, make sure if you're bullish, make sure the price is above VWAP and rising. Number three, and these are interchangeable. Number three is you want to see relative volume. Look at the volume compared to Thursday. Friday was pretty decent. We had this nice rip. We're starting to look like a repeat. You see the similarities here? Roblox. So if it does repeat what we saw on Friday, it started to taper off around 10:30, 10:45, right around now. So if we start to see a flag, this could move sideways, in which case you might be able to get a better entry on calls. All right, that looks good. Our Roblox coming back right now. Roku up 4%. Tesla's gone. You see Tesla? Tesla's gone. There goes Tesla. Looks good. Tesla. Very brief flags. Follow through. SPY in the Q is still going. One of those days where you can be a bit more aggressive in the morning session. I didn't buy too much so far. Just looking for the Qs, took profits into strength. Roku, I'll move my stops up, but I want to buy more Roku. All right, it's flagging right now. If it starts to break out of this flag, that'll be a good opportunity. Maybe I'll add some shares. Cisco, let's go take a look. Semiconductors are doing very well. Let's go take a look at the NASDAQ percent up. All right, TLC, Beyond Meat. All right. You know, that's people kind of stopped talking about Beyond Meat, you know, and plant-based foods. You know, Starbucks makes their sausage, egg, and cheese egg McMuffin, or whatever the hell you want to call it, on the an English muffin. That's plant-based. I didn't know it for a while. My daughter looks at me and said, "Papa, you know that's plant-based, right?" I said, "No way. This tastes just like sausage." No, it's plant-based. Check it out. If you like sausage, egg, and cheese on a muffin in the morning for breakfast, check out Starbucks. Be pleasantly surprised. Anyway, so Beyond Meat, plant-based foods. Kind of an oxymoron, right? Plant-based foods. All right, so that looks good. Yeah, you tried them, Jamie? Yeah, I love that with a, sometimes I'll have a caramel macchiato. Most of the time, I'd kind of cut back on the sugar with a latte, no sugar. You get used to no sugar, it's actually not bad, you know. Anyway, um, everything looks good, folks. Just about everything you're going to look at today. Let's go take a look at the watch list. I'll give you an example. Just about everything looks good. So that's a good sign. All right, don't get too cavalier in your stock picks. Always use the same strategy, even though we do look very strong today. What I'm looking for, scan the list. Anything that's trading above VWAP, like ACWI, that's the All World Index, all of the strongest stocks around the world is in ACWI. There's like 100 of them, I think, or maybe more. Nice follow through. This is on the watch list. All right, so this is forecasting economic growth around the world. So are a lot of other things that we looked at coming into this week. We had 15 neutral indicators. We had 3 bullish and 2 bearish. All right, breadth was improving. We also saw CPC, the put call ratio, telling us to look forward to this. So I told you this last week on Wednesday and Thursday that CPC was giving us a signal, right? See these blue boxes? In the past, when we moved above this level, 105 or higher, that usually reversed and corresponded with a low in the markets. So we got 3 green elder sticks there. This is the S&P 500. All these vertical lines match up with these pushes higher in the put call ratio, which translates eventually into a reversal. All right. The other thing that was bullish coming into today was NYHL, the number of new highs versus new lows. I'm anticipating we could see a higher high. So we need higher highs. This is 60-minute. We need higher highs throughout the day to take out last week's little peaks here above 200. All right, so right now we're flat, about the same amount of new highs than new lows. But most of that's compared to Friday's levels. So we're not below 0. We're above 0. The number of advancing stocks to decliners, you see that. This is New York Stock Exchange advance decline. More advancers than decliners. Breadth is improving. More stocks are rising. More charts look good. Yeah, see, Jamie tried it too. She tried the sausage, egg, and cheese on a muffin, on a English muffin at Starbucks. Excellent sandwich. And it's cheddar cheese. It's not the Velveeta stuff, you know, the processed. Okay, so that looks good. All right. Advanced decline, we know, is moving, making new highs. It's out of this area, so this turns to green when the number of advancers is accelerating versus decliners. When it's inside, this turns red. More decliners than advancers. So this is a good sign. This is a confirmation of what you're seeing. Okay, so buying the dips right now is what people are looking for. Like Daniel's looking for a dip on Tesla. I'm looking for a dip on Tesla. Okay, it's not getting much of a dip. That's a good sign too. I'd love to see a better dip. My kids have shares. But if it doesn't dip, that's fine too, because they're making money, right? And they're making money. Papa's making money. Let's see what Palantir is doing. Palantir, some sort of partnership deal. All right, so not getting anywhere. As a rule, I don't generally take stocks in the pre-market. They tend to reverse. We're seeing that now. If the buyers show up, they'll show up soon on this dip. We're right at the 21 day. All right, Palantir rises on a $32.5 million U.S. Space Force deal. All right, so what did I just got finished talking about? What are the similarities between Microsoft and Tesla aside from the non-similarities? Contracts with the U.S. government, NASA. Palantir contracts with the government. I would be surprised if they don't do more. And what's CrowdStrike doing on the security front? They're also supposedly putting together some sort of checking system so that the Treasury can find out if you're cheating on your cryptocurrency deals, right? That's kind of puts a chill in the market. They keep talking about it. All right, what's Bitcoin look like? BTC. Oops. BTC USD. Excuse me. All right, so we're starting to see wicks down in this area. So do they start buying some of these names? I know some of you had puts on Riot last week into today. All right, let's look at Bitcoin. SPY and the Qs are flagging right now, so I'm waiting for a flag for an entry if I do anything on the SPY. All right, so you see where we are now? I've been waiting for this signal. See the background color, a little bit darker, and the signal line in the front. When these both start to turn higher, like they did over here, that'll be an indication that we should start thinking about a position. All right, we're almost there. Could be a bear flag. This is a weekly time frame. All right, so that's starting to set up. All right, so if this starts to turn higher, we'll have a bullish divergence if price still moving a bit lower. So 20 is a nice level. The breakout levels over here are pretty interesting. Let's go look at GBTC. I have a pro account. This is a custom indicator I created here. Looking for a turn. All right, not quite into the green zone. Okay, so previous turns related to bounces. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done here. We'll keep an eye on Bitcoin and different vehicles for trading it. Ethereum, what's it doing? All right, it finally did pull back Ethereum on a weekly last week. All right, so we'll come back to these. Speaking of coming back, what's pot? Last week we noticed something with cannabis stocks. Were they starting to turn? All right, Scott's Miracle Grow. I know Mondo doesn't like their fertilizer products. I believe you said because they burn quite a bit. Burn the plants. Mo. This looks pretty good. Altria Group. Mo. Watching Mo for a potential trade here. All right, that looks pretty good. Higher lows. People not paying attention to Altria. They got their foot in the cannabis as well. Same with, I believe, isn't Constellation Brands, don't they have a presence in cannabis? I believe they do. Budweiser, all right, at the highs. Boston Beer, Sam Adams. Okay. TAP, Molson Coors. All right, Molson Coors looks good. around 57 on that. Foolish. I put foolish instead of bullish. Sorry about that. Looks foolish. All right. Check your spelling there, Vinny. All right. TLC. Not interested. Most actives. Apple. Jaguar Health. Still going. Jaguar Health. That one we saw first thing this morning. I told you that Ross Cameron and those guys who trade penny stocks looked like they were very active. All right, let me just go to 3 months. You'll be able to see the volume a little bit better without that big blip on the left side. All right, so your volume's starting to come in. You can see this looks completely different on a shorter time frame. SPY and the Qs at R2. SPY only has about 60 cents to get up to resistance. If we make it through 420, I'm still anticipating some selling to come in. If it doesn't, the bears are in big trouble. All right, so watch your longs here. Wind is still in our sails. Wind is still in our sails. All right, Jaguar Health is one. Ocugen, that's off 7%. OBLN, Obalon. What is it with all these cheap stocks on NASDAQ? S&P 500. Most actives, Apple, up 1.68%. Apple. All right, let's look at Apple real quick. Apple above the 50-day, like the indices right now, lagging a little bit to the Qs. Qs are above the 50-day. All right, so this is huge. This is huge for the Qs. I was looking for that on Friday. The fact that we paused in some ways is even better because now it's pretty obvious what they're doing. During the weekend video, I talked about this. With a third of the options expiring worthless, that's huge for Monday. Okay, so the reason why it's huge is because market makers take the opposite, the dealers take the opposite of your trade. You go long a put, they go short a put, and they'll buy shares as well to hedge themselves. When those puts for your position don't work, they make money. If your puts continue to work, they have to continue to pile in to hedge, right? They do the opposite of your trade. They continue to short those puts and buy shares. So once price action starts to reverse, that comes unwound. Even more so on an expiration day. Once all of those hedges that dealers and market makers have to put on to make the market, they expire on Friday. Monday, we usually see something like this. And what almost can guarantee you what Brent's going to tell us at the end of the day is the run-up in the morning was due to dealers closing their hedges. They're buying at higher levels, right? And they keep buying at higher levels because then more people come in. They keep buying. They exacerbate the situation. They have to buy more shares. And, they have to cover the shares they took when they were opposite your put positions from last week. Anyway, so everything expires. About a third of the open interest has expired. That leaves the dealers with open hedges that they have to close. And now we start to set up for the month of June, right? June and July are pretty good months. We got this last week of trading in the month of May, the 31st, I believe. Are we off for Memorial Day, the 31st? Somebody check. I think we are. I think we're off Monday. And we trade a short week, Tuesday through Friday. I think that's the way it works. Or do we have off Friday? Somebody find out. I can't know everything. So the basics are playing out right now in our favor. All right, so a third of the options have expired. That leaves the dealers open not to for a decision to do anything. They have to close those positions. Otherwise, they have directional risk. Dealers and market makers do not want directional risk. They make their money by trading the spread and the fees that they make. Right? They take the opposite of the trade. They make the market. Pretty complicated process. But once you understand it, you know what the hell's going on. And you're not just taking along because you think that whatever Joe Long on StockTwits said this is the time to go long. Most people on StockTwits have no clue what's going on with the market. I won't say most people. A lot of people on StockTwits and Twitter have no clue about market mechanics. And if they actually took a little time to understand market mechanics, you become a better trader in the process. As we're waiting for Tesla right now with a B pivot, setting up on Tesla. All right. So it's all about creating an edge for yourself. Buying right here is not an edge because we're just below that 420 level. I wouldn't be surprised to see SPY coming back now in the opposite direction, confusing a lot more of the longs who were adamant about the markets ripping higher. Had no understanding of why the spiders could pause here. All right. Just like there were people last week that were calling for a crash in the markets, 10% drawdown. Now, that's not a crash, but you know what I'm saying. With their cycle indicators and everything else. Price is king. And who runs the prices? Market makers, dealers, and institutions. All right, so we're at 420. That looks good. So far from the high back to the 50-day, it's about a 3.5% drawdown. We've made about a 4.5% drawdown. Some expert on Bloomberg this morning was saying, well, we haven't had a 5% drawdown. She looked like she was about 30 years old. Obviously not a seasoned veteran. I'm not saying that she didn't know what she was talking about, but she was pointing out that there was no 5% drawdowns, like it's got to happen. I mean, we've had years, I think it was 2017 or 2018, we had 3.5% drawdown. I think it was 2017. We don't have to have anything. It all depends on what institutions think of the global economic recovery, which I think has more of a bearing on what's going on in the markets than, you know, a couple of charts. Tony Dwyer has a very good saying. I think you should put this in your head and don't forget it. Be careful thinking that one chart is telling you everything about the stock market. I can't look at the SPY and think, okay, I know everything, because there's so much more to the markets. There's the Qs, IWM, obviously the indices, but there's money flow. Where the hell is the money coming from? Where is it going on a daily basis? Do you know? Can you identify it? If you can't, you're trading like a pilot flying at night that doesn't understand how to fly with instruments. That's what happened to JFK Jr. He took off for the Cape area and didn't have good night training, instrument trading. And there was no moon out that night. He couldn't see the horizon, you know, and the rest is history. That's the same thing, thinking that one chart is telling you what's going on in the markets. You have to know what dealers and market makers are going to do in a given situation at certain levels where there's a lot of gamma and open interest. All right, I'm going to stop yapping away here. I know I'm like probably boring you guys to death. Just show me some trades. So what I'm waiting for right now is because we tore higher this morning. I told you I was going to wait and be more cautious. That means that I was waiting for what direction we were going to go. Were we going to go higher or going lower? Well, it's obvious that we went higher. And I can almost guarantee that a very large percentage of this was dealers and market makers taking their hedges off. Now they'll be neutral, no directional risk. Which way do we go next? Okay? So if a lot of people start buying puts up here, going long puts, they have to short puts. If a lot of people get long calls, they have to be short calls. Okay, we're above all the gamma levels, so we don't have to worry about the market mechanics coming unwound unless we move back below, what was it, 4150? We got to stay above 4150. check the Gamma channel. I always put the information that's most important in that channel in the morning. All right, we need to stay above 4150. And we need to see the call wall roll up. We won't know about the call wall until after the close. Things look pretty good. Most stocks are looking very strong. Breadth is good. More advancers than decliners in the morning session. That changed during lunch. All right, watching Tesla here. All right, let's go take a look at the 60-minute. All right, so this very large volume by price band, accented with the green shading, telling you a lot about what's going on in the markets, right? If we can bust a move through this level, that would set up a long going into June and July. I'd be looking for a 40 delta call, and I'd only buy on the next dip. So let's say we get up here to 420 and we stall. I'm waiting for a price action to hold in this area and then start a leg higher. Then we got this resistance. But in between these 2 points on SPY, I could be looking at a 40 delta call at least 2 months out into the month of July. I'll get into why in a few minutes, but this looks pretty good. All right, so this looks pretty good. All right, so we got to get above 420. That's where all that gamma is stacked up. Pot is legal in Virginia, July 1st. Is that what you're saying? We're closed Monday. All right, thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate it. So we're closed Monday. We've got a full week this week. All right, so have a long weekend. Maybe I'll take the family somewhere. I really need to take them, maybe to visit mom in New Orleans or something. My inheritance is going to go away if I don't visit her soon. She's going to write me out of the will. If you're listening, Mom, I'm just joking. She has access. She could listen if she wanted to on her cell phone. Toll Brothers, seeing 1.2 R-vol. Not interested at the moment. All right, Jaguar Health is at the top of the list now. Jaguar, JAGX. Been strong all day. Relative volume. All right. Not my cup of tea, but if it gets above the 50-day tomorrow, this could be forecasting a move back to 450. All right, look at that volume. That's a lot of volume. 25 million shares, cheap penny stock. Let's see what else is on here. Beyond Meat, above average volume. Luminaire Technologies, LAZR. I always confuse this symbol with Lazy Boy. All right, that looks pretty good. And we had a gap up and a move lower. Friday's close is the bottom of the body of that candle, the red candle. The reason this is black is because it did pull back. It gapped up and pulled back, but it's not below Friday's closing level. So if it did close back down here at the 200-day, this candle would turn red. What we're looking for is buyers to step up. It's got above average volume. I'm not interested right now. SPCE, Virgin Galactic, seeing a lot of volume today. Virgin Galactic, SPCE. All right, gapping up. Look at that volume. You think that's institutions? Yeah, me too. This is the key characteristic that you should pay attention to. Look over here. Very similar price action. What happened? Price action ran from 33 up to 60, 62. Price and volume. Price is king, and that means volume is queen. Maybe they're both king, but price is king. This is telling you something's going on in Virgin Galactic. All right, so contracts are being awarded left and right from the government. All right, government. All right, Virgin Galactic, a little pullback right here, maybe giving you an entry, a B pivot, maybe scale in a little bit. I don't know. Let's see. Daily. Let's look at the 5-minute. Let's look at the 60-minute. 60-minute. SPCE. Gap and go. All right, as long as this gap holds, what you do is you draw your trend line through this low. You see these lows are higher lows. Let's go to the 30-minute. You can see it a little bit better. 30-minute. Okay, so you see that higher low. It's a little bit harder to see. Go to the 15-minute. Let's see what that tells us. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit hard to see, but you got this low, you got a higher low. So long as this continues to move away from price, that would be a gap and go. That would be your stop. It could be 2350 too. If it takes out the stop, if it takes out the gap, then it's going to move lower. So that's one I would watch. Virgin Galactic, SPCE on watch, needs to hold the gap. Let's see, do they have any contracts? Allenbeck Global upgrades Virgin Galactic Holdings to overweight from neutral. Let's see what their targets are. 20, price targets range 20 to 50. All right, well, it's 24, so that doesn't help very much. All right, so let's see what else is on here. Virgin, notice I'm not in any big hurry to do anything. My main goal is to make money, lose as little as possible. All right, let's see. Virgin Galactic. Where'd it go? Virgin Galactic Holdings up 13%. Shares soar after a test flight to space. All right, that's a good sign. Elon started doing well. I think it was his 4th test flight. The first 3 flights crashed and burned, literally. The 4th test flight, that would have been the one that would have killed SpaceX, was successful. And things changed as we know it after that. So SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, looking for our follow-through. I might buy some 24 calls. They're in the money. If it holds this level, I might buy the 24 call. Oh 06, 18. Pinterest, B and C pivot starting to show up on Pinterest. All right, thank you there, Dollar. Pinterest. All right, so if we get some kind of move here above the 21 day, that's going to be huge. That's a huge test. All right, here's A, here's B. Jose and Jose B. Okay, looking for a follow-through. I hope I didn't offend anybody by saying that. Sorry if I did. I meant nothing by it. Sometimes words come out of my mouth and my brain doesn't slow them down. You ever do that? And you just like shake your head. I just can't believe I just said that. I tell my kids all the time, you just had a brain fart, right? And they think that's funny as hell. Think about before you talk. I tell them all the time, even though their father doesn't from time to time. Roblox, still going. Beautiful. Roblox, RBLX, another one. Roblox looks good. All right, so you got higher lows, higher highs. In order to get another higher high, we need fresh money. Okay, so that's a requirement. All right, Pinterest, we'll watch this for a few minutes. All right, Pinterest, all right, starting to go here, Pinterest. Looks good, Pinterest. Now let's see, what kind of volume do we have on Pinterest? R volume, R ball. Pinterest. Don't have any volume on Pinterest yet. That's a gap, so maybe it's in the gap list. Breakout stocks. If you want to follow along with high volume stocks, you can check out the site stockbeep.com, like Roadrunner beep beep. Stockbeep.com. That lists across the top. There's several menu items. I like to look at new highs, unusual volume stocks. And if I'm bearish, I want to look at unusual volume losers. The key here is, in order for you to trade momentum, you have to have volume. All right, look at the volume over here. Look at what it was like on Friday. All right, so the relative volume isn't here, but it's starting to move. So maybe volume does come in. If you're day trading it, I'd probably take some profits off into strength on any breakouts. Virgin Galactic trading 4.8 times RVOL. SPCE looks really good. If we can just get these guys to push this back above, you got your B pivot already. So here's A. Sometimes A comes early in the morning. If you get these gap ups, you got profit taking comes in. People will sell, like me. I'll take profits on a big move like this from 21 to 25. 20% very quick is a nice number. All right, so you're trading down here in the 20s, you make $5, on the gap up, you take profits off. It's just that simple. 20% any day, when you get a 20% gain in one day on a swing, take some off, look for that B and C pivot. Eventually, if the stock is going to stay bullish, well, let's look at the daily. If the stock is going to stay bullish, you need relative volume and you need a catalyst. The catalyst being a successful test flight, and price action is about to clear the 50 and the 200 day. And you got volume on top of that. 3 days in a row, way above average volume. So institutions have been buying shares there. Now the other ingredient is buying the Qs. Are they going to continue higher? Sure looks like it. And the individual sectors. What does sectors look like? Okay. So what would you consider this? That's kind of like a couple of different groups this straddles, right? Industrials, aerospace and defense, part of the industrials. All right, we've got sector-wise, we only have two sectors that are bearish. One in particular, XBI. Biotechs aren't really giving us much today. Holding near this level. Needs to get above the 50-day for me to be interested. LABU. All right, so the biotechs are dragging their feet, and utilities, which offer alternatives to yields and considered risk off. Wait a minute, junk bonds. Let's see what junk bonds look like. Junk bonds hanging out. This is bullish for equities. Okay, junk bonds, IWM, USO, and biotechs. That's four very useful risk on, risk off indicators. Look at higher levels for crude oil. Let's see what Gush looks like. GUSH. Gush. All right, so that looks good. Gold. Gold is still trending. We'll be with gold probably until July. August, we tend to see some of that risk come off. This is risk aversion right now. The opposite side, rather. People taking hedges with gold for inflation purposes. What do tips look like? Inflation protected securities bouncing up to 21-day. All right, we got 95%. Actually, XLU just went green. So we got 99%, 98% of sectors are green. We got VIX off by 5.5%. So VIX is helping us. All right, so if we drop below this level and head back towards 16, that trade that we talked about with Leastar, buying 40 delta calls out a couple of months, I would say July, end of monthly July, would be what I'd be interested in. I haven't bought anything yet. Leastar's trade, what I'm talking about here is The study he's done over the last 3.5 years continues to add to it. 3.5 years back to 2018, we've had 25 of 27 occurrences where price action moves back through the teal colored area right here. 415.41, we know that we're at 419. So this is telling you 25 of 27 occurrences. You can thank him later when you make much moolah. That 25 times this has moved through the teal area have resulted in, at a minimum, 100% gain or more. A lot of his trades have been more than 100%. All right, so we're above this level, obviously. Here, up here at 419. Here's the teal area down here, 415. So I won't buy the high of the day. What I'll be waiting for, maybe tomorrow, I'll buy some July monthlies. 40 delta. Let's see what the 40 deltas are going for right now. I don't want to buy them at the high of the day, obviously, because you're paying up. You never want to chase. This is moving away from VWAP, so this looks really good. This looks really good. Moving away from VWAP, that's bullish. I don't know what to say other than the fact that the bears were in some deep doo-doo. Once we get to 420, we'll have a better idea what's going on. What's going on? Oh, what's going on? Marvin Gaye. Oh, Marvin Gaye. Never heard anybody. Let's see, SPY. All right, now I'm talking to myself. All right. Everything looks good, so stay on the train. Stay on the train. If your trades are working, stay on the train. All right. All right. Almost everything is working. So one of the most frequent questions a new trader will ask is, where do I sell? You know, because you get in, you make a little profit, and you're like, oh, I got to sell, I got to sell. The tendency is to, now I'm scared, I'm making money, I don't want this to turn into red. And then some people don't get out, and they wind up holding it, hoping for the best onto a losing trade. The answer is you want to watch levels, right? 420 is a big level. So if you took SPY at the open this morning, kudos to you. I had Q calls from last week. Sold those a little too early, but that's fine. I got too many other things to do besides watch one position. I have a dozen positions open that I need to pay attention to, plus tell you what I'm thinking of the markets and keeping an eye on gamma and everything else, you know. So I'm juggling balls all day long. I took profits in the Qs. I think that was a wise decision, even though I didn't get the high of the day. I'm perfectly fine with that. I have more than a dozen positions that are still open. I was taking profits off into strength on many positions going into last week. All right. And several weeks prior, the rectangle here in the top of the chart, that's where I started taking profits off. I had about 24 open positions, swings and, you know, options trades, whatever. I started exiting very quickly out of most of my options trades and did buy some shares with those proceeds in stocks like Roku or DocuSign, Intel on the pullback to the 200-day. Cleveland Cliffs, been in and out of that with shares. So I was less in options, more in shares. And even then, once we started to lose this over here, I started exiting positions. Now I've been taking more as we bounced off the 50-day. I thought we were going to close above the 50-day with the Qs. Last week we didn't, so there was a little bit more risk than I wanted going into the weekend. But I had protection. I had the SPY puts that are going to expire worthless. That's fine. It's insurance. I never want to use the insurance on my car anyway. I kept those, and just in case, if the markets blew up, I would have been cushioned to the downside. All right, so anyway, so I have about 14 positions open right now. Roblox, Virgin Galactic, want to add to that if it continues. Pinterest, Roblox, Roku, Tesla, Microsoft, Cisco, DocuSign. I said Intel, right? Intel, Cleveland Cliffs, Qualcomm, and I have some positions in gold. All right, so that's what it is for now. So the point is that we continue to move higher and we get the call wall to roll up above 420. I can start to tighten up these positions, maybe take a few things off and start to focus on sectors that are working really strong. So far today, we got everything working. VIX is moving lower. So VIX is bright green. All right, so let's go take a look at VIX. We got a green signal, chartreuse signal. Continues to move higher. The weekend video, I told you this looked like it was moving sideways for the most part. Green, red possible. If we get to 420 and we can't make it above this level here, that's the S&P. This is 60-minute chart, and this is just a signal generator. We want to be long when it's green, short when it's red. Green, higher highs, higher lows. All right, VIX VXV. I told you that on the weekend video. Did I cover this? I think I did. I might have just mentioned it. We are pretty much neutral. If this drops back down to the red zone again, look for a high at a double top. That's possible. If this turns up, that means the front month VIX is outperforming the 3-month out VIX, this ratio. Right now, it's in the middle of the white area, pushing a little bit lower, so that's something we'll keep an eye on. Again, remember, one chart does not tell you what's going on in the markets. All right, have a system. We cover our system every single week in the weekend video. That opening monologue tells you a lot about what we're watching and where the money's flowing. Like for example, what's going on? I mean, are you looking at international indices? Russia looks good. Are you trading Russia? Are you trading the Russia ETF? Are you trading Greece? Greece pulled back. Greece pulled back and got bought, right? We bought Greece way over here on this candle right there, that hanging man candle when we pushed above the 50-day, right around 24.55. Okay, we ran up to 29. We gapped down last week. Looks like consolidation. What about Brazil? Brazil was looking really good. Consolidating. All right, so a stock or an ETF, any kind of asset, is going to go through periods of gain and consolidation. Right now, we got consolidation. So EWZ, you could exit some. I'll be looking for a breakout at some point. Why? Because global economic activity is going to continue to improve. I don't think it's even a foregone conclusion. I think everybody understands that the worst is behind us. Let's see. Let's go to bonds. All right. SPY is about to break out. SPY is about to break out. The yields are sideways. I pointed this out last week as well. The 10-year yield on, what did I do with it? 10-year. All right, let me go here. All right, I'll come back to this in a minute. All right, so the 10-year yield on the German Bund. Okay, what does this tell you? If you're not looking at these spiders, what is this telling you? The 10-year yield's about to, on the weekly time frame, monthly time frame, sorry, it's about to cross back through zero. So why would that be the case? Economic improvement? I would say yes. What about the Japanese 10-year? Back above the 10-year. I mean, back above the zero line and improving. It's not in this downslope, it's in an upslope. Will things improve? I think so. The 10-year yield, U.S. 10-year yield, what's it doing? It made a major reversal, flagging right now. So what I'm looking for is for yields to continue to tell us that economic improvement is coming. A lot of people say higher yields are bad for growth stocks. Let me see it. Let me see growth stocks underperforming. Just don't just say it. Let's see it. That's not the case. Growth is not being sold. Neither is value. So pretty much what you're seeing here is breadth. That's another representation of breadth. Money's flowing into growth and it's flowing into value. You've got 2,700 stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. What does that look like? Let's look at the cycle in the New York Stock Exchange. 2,700 stocks, broad measure of market participation. This workflow that I've been going through this morning is very important. All right, so we hit these lows and we're making a foray up to the red zone, right? And what's the New York Stock Exchange doing? It's rising off of a hammer from Wednesday at the 50-day. A hammer? That's at the 50-day, is it? No, that's, yeah, it's a 50-day. All right. So we got 3 bullish days. Not slowing down. If this breaks out, all hell's going to break loose. The bears are going to lose their collective, you know what. All right, the even broader measure of market participation, the Wilshire 5000, currently about 3,750 stocks, I believe. At last count, it's not 5,000, but it kept the name. All right, so the weekly time frame is sliding a little lower, a little volume there. Let's see what happens this week. This is the daily. Cycle is turning on the daily. All right, so the daily is going to turn, the rate of change is going to turn faster than the weekly. Makes sense. So we're starting to see consolidation along the 50-day, a hammer again on Wednesday. What does this tell you? It tells you the markets look pretty strong to me. All different segments in the market, all 11, 12 sectors. All right, so let's go back to the FANG stocks real quick. All right, so what we want to trade are the stocks, the FANG 15. These 15 stocks make up more than 50% of the weight of the index, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ 100. 23% of the NASDAQ, 23% of the SPY in the S&P 500 is like 7 stocks. All right, we want to see all of these above VWAP. Those 7 stocks are right here. All right, so these 7 stocks make up 23% of the weight of the S&P 500. If they're all moving higher, guess what? You got a 25% chance alone for the markets to move higher, especially if the other stocks are moving higher. You got value and growth both working. So these 7 stocks are helping. And if we look at the 15, what are they all doing? Everything but Qualcomm is dragging its feet right now. All the rest of them are above VWAP. All right, semis, Texas Instruments, Intel, AVGO, software, Adobe, Cisco, routing and networking, NVIDIA, chips, Microsoft software, PayPal, payment systems. I don't know. You see something bearish here? I don't. So be more aggressive. All right. Instead of taking 2 positions, maybe you take 3. Be super aggressive. I'm being sarcastic, of course, but ride the train until the train stops at the next station and all the bulls get off. If they get off, that's when we're going to get off, right? So ride it until the train stops. Right now, SPY is telling us, stick with it. Let's see the strongest stock on here. Tesla looks pretty strong, I have to say. I'm very impressed. All right, so Daniel, I don't know if you bought on that B pivot, but it looks good. All right, you got a B and C. Looks like it's going to keep going. All right, why would this just keep going? New money, that's one reason. Moving away from VWAP, volume coming in. Relative volume looks really strong on this 5-minute chart. All right, looks really good. Days like today, I tend to talk a lot. I tend to talk a lot when the markets are moving quite a bit, as I don't have to worry so much about, something pulling back on me, other than maybe a B and C pivot. Most stocks are higher on the day, started off the day higher, and many of these looking very, very strong. Wow, very impressive. Very impressive. All right. I hope everybody's having a good day. What's that dinging on my phone? Oh, that's Lee Star. He's pinging me with probably took a SPY trade. I don't want to buy up here at the highs, but I'm definitely interested. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you guys. Thanks for letting me know. All right, thanks. All right, Tesla, you got a higher low on Tesla. B and C pivots, looking for the breakout. Still haven't gotten 100% used to StreamYard and YouTube live. So occasionally I'll leave something up on the screen. That would be very helpful. Just let me know. Dollar's been pretty good about keeping me there. Upstart, that's one I like from the watch list as well. Extended watch list, Upstart. A little pull in there. Maybe take a little profits off. It's running into some resistance here. Let's go take a look at the watch list. Sort by the most relative strength. Quest Resources, Celsius, In Mode is one that Rob was trading last week below the 50-day, pushing higher. In Mode. Facebook, this is one I really liked. I looked at that red candle on Friday and I said, you know what, this is probably going to keep going. It stayed above the 50-day when the others, some of them pulled back, like NVIDIA, etc. Wingstop, this is one that Anton had mentioned, Wingstop continuation. That was one that Anton had mentioned. I like the leg down, which will lead to another leg up. These leg ups tend to last for a bit. We've got the MACD turning, stochastics turning, volume coming in, RSI rising. Looks really good. That looks really good. Gold taking a break right now. We're just underneath 50 cents, 46 cents below the 420 level. It's not going to be an exact level, but it's pretty close. All that volume at 420. Okay, so we can see here on the S&P all that volume at that strike. The strikes continue to push out. You see the calls over here. We need to see that roll out and up. That would be very helpful. All right, SPY and the Qs at the highs. All right, we're starting to stall going into lunch, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a B and C pivot. I'm not going to act on it just yet. FTC Solar just popped up on my list. FTCI. FTCI. It's a new solar name. Not crazy about trading IPOs until they give me a little bit more information. So we got a pivot high, got a pivot low. Where's the next pivot high? That's what I'm interested in. And then the next pivot low. Once we see that, you get 3 or 4 pivot highs and lows. You can trade it a little bit more safely. Virgin Galactic continues to garner interest, 4.5 times relative volume. Look at that wick. Before, this was down to the bottom of this wick. All right, look at the volume coming in. They're piling into this. They're piling into Virgin Galactic. All right, so that B pivot held. Here's A, here's B, here's C. Looking for D and for this to take off to the upside. I have the June 24 call in Virgin Galactic. Bought the June 24 call in Virgin Galactic, the monthlies. They're currently going for a little bit more than $3.17 right now. Looking at all that volume showing up in Virgin Galactic. All right, so successful test flight. All right, there we go. Virgin Galactic on the move. SPCE. Our vol is 4.6. All right, there goes Virgin Galactica. All right, so far so good. We haven't made it through 420, so that's the level that seems to be holding. And an area to be watchful. Okay. All right. Virgin Galactic, successful test flight, looks good. Very nice looking chart. Most charts are hanging in there. Watch right here. We're still at resistance. All right. Any big red candles show up right now? That'd be some profit-taking signals. All right. If you're still in SPY in the Qs, IWM, be careful there.
SNGX, Originex spiking to $1.13 at the high, up 7.5% now for SNGX.
All right. Qs and SPY are hanging in there, looking very good. All right, Q's. We're going to try 420 here. Virgin Galactic is still going. Looks good. What's Tesla doing? Tesla higher highs, higher lows. We're looking for the next higher high. Pretty good odds today, folks. Pretty good odds. Most stocks are moving higher.
BUCI Musics, Victor Uniform Zulu India, received new orders for over $1.2 million of smart glasses from Rods and Cones to support virtual surgical collaboration. Rollout, that's BUCI Musics, Victor Uniform Zulu India. Shares of Musics getting a pop here, 1582 on BUCI.
Yeah, looks good. Cleveland Cliffs looks good too. There's a lot of good looking stocks out there. Moving higher daily. All right, we're right at the 50-day. Need to hold this level and push higher. What's U.S. Steel doing? We want the whole group to be moving higher. All look very similar. Steel, U.S. Steel. Steel Dynamics looks a little better, as does Nucor. Nucor holding up very well. I wouldn't mind positions in the latter, or all four for that matter.
STLD, Steel Dynamics, Keith Busey has stepped down as chairman.
Wow, what's the coincidence there? I just talked about Steel Dynamics.
Mark Millett as the new chairman. That's Sandy Tango Lima Delta.
Virgin Galactic still showing 4.9 RVol. Tenneco Oil and Gas breaking out. KOSS, KOSS, that's one for you guys have been trading recently. It's flat, seeing above average volume, 2.6.
SNGX shares off the
Roblox trading 2.6, RBLX. Roblox trading 2.6, RVol. Consequently, it's not even noon yet, and we're breaking out on very high relative volume. Gold, looking for the follow through. Pinterest, high of the day. Pinterest going, high of the day. AMC looking very strong. Virgin Galactic looks good.
Canada Governor Tiff Macklin says tapering is the right move for the economy in Canada.
Look at that volume. Virgin Galactic. You think that you think they're active? You think Virgin Galactic is that active? I was in Dick's this weekend. I knew Yeti was expensive, and Dick's has like I don't know 2 rows of Yeti products, excellent quality. $250 for a cooler. Nice. I did see people leaving with them though, walking out the door with Yeti coolers, paid for, of course. Virgin Galactic. Nice test flight. Successful test flight translating into more power. All right, what was the ATR is just north of $2.14. It's up twice that. So this is an expansion day. Above the 50 day, it gets above the 200 day. This is definitely starting to spend more time above the 9 and 21 day, 3 days out of the last week. This is all marked down. So a change of direction on volume like this is institutions, obviously, mixed in with some shorts covering, I'm sure. But all indicators point to higher highs. We're double the ATR for today, so I'd be taking profits off maybe into strength. Buying the cues at the highs. I'd take some profits off. Maybe take some profits off some of your positions. Looks like we could pull in a little bit here. We're at the highs. That's an F-22. I just saw it fly by my window. Got that funny looking bow tie kind of tail. They apparently have some test, I don't know if it's National Guard or what. I don't think National Guard has F-22s. Oh, wow, here comes another one. That's cool. Sorry for getting distracted, but we're about half an hour from the Myrtle Beach Airport, and they fly up and down the coast. You can see them. We're about 30 minutes from the ocean as well. On a good day, maybe 25 minutes. Two F-22s just went by, one after the other. Looks like a test flight. They weren't like burning it. Afterburners weren't in. That's kind of cool, though. That's cool. Nice job. All right, looks like the high of the day might be in. High of the day might be in. Take some profits off. Virgin Galactic, maybe take some profits off here if you're trading options from this low. All right. All right, so we could see a C pivot here. All right, we're seeing some profit coming in, profit taking coming in. We're double the ATR for the day, so that's a good sign. SPY in the Qs, pulling back a little bit. Watch SPY in the Qs. All right, looks like the dealers have taken care of all of the hedges that they had to get rid of to get to market neutral. Remember, dealers and market makers do not like to take directional risk. So if you're buying puts, they're selling puts. If you're long puts, they're short puts. They have to buy shares. If you're long calls, they're short calls. They have to short shares. They're always hedging. They're always the opposite of what you're doing. And they're right most of the time. Most of the time. They get caught every once in a while. When they get caught is when you start to see these huge moves lower. All right, that's called negative gamma. They don't like to be directionally exposed, but when they do, they'll do exactly what the bears want to do, opposite of what the bulls want. Let me just show you what I'm talking about here. All right, NYHL, let's look at that. All right, so, all right, the last time we were we were negative gamma in a big way was over here in February last year. And the market mechanics work like this. We were in a negative. Actually, we were similar to what we're looking at right now, in that the markets were trading at highs. Okay, over here in February, we had that gap down. We had COVID hit. This looks nothing, right now, looks nothing like this. Kind of looks a little bit like this over here. Got lower high, moving average turned over a little bit. But it looks like we're starting to see the moving averages turn up, and I would suspect they would into the months of July and August. But what happened over here is we were in negative gamma. So what does that mean? Institutions were short, or were long puts as well. There were long puts, and when the markets broke down, they started selling futures. So that exacerbated the move lower. So when you get these waterfall sell-offs, you should know that until these hedges can come off, market makers and dealers, until you see them get back to neutral and you start to see a reversal in that situation, they are selling futures. Okay? We follow this on a daily and weekly basis. So we're nothing like that right now. We're slightly gamma positive. Qs and the SPY are still, well, they're probably not now, but they're gamma negative, whereas the S&P 500 is gamma positive. Okay, all that means is that we want to stay above the volatility trigger, which is, let me check real quick here. Volatility trigger, I forgot to update that. I don't think I have it on here, do I? Gamma? No, I don't. Okay, let me go to spot gamma real quick. All right, as long as we're above the volatility trigger, I think it's 41.75. That's what we want to see. Stay long. When we drop below the volatility trigger, that's when we need to get worried. Our position for pullbacks. Let's see, volatility trigger is 41.40. 41.60. All right, so 41.60. Above 41.60, S&P 500, we're good. We're tagging, we just tagged 4,200 on the futures. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a pullback right now. A little bit. Not all of it, but a little bit at least. Let's see, SPY. All right, let's go take a look at SPY real quick and see what our targets could be on the 5-minute. All right, so if we do see a little pullback, what I'm anticipating is about 382 or 50%. We'll watch for some areas there to line up with gamma levels. All right. All right, so there you go. Got to be able to read this. Let me put it over here where I can read it. All right, so there you go. And there's the high. All right, so VWAP is right there about 236. So if I put 236 on here, you'll see that. All right, so there's 236 right at VWAP. So do we bounce at 236? So 418 puts is as far as I would go right now. 418 puts. SPY, let's see if we can get 418 puts out of this. 418 put for, remember, volatility's come in quite a bit, so they'll be a little bit less expensive. 418. They're 25 cents, so maybe that's a bet there. Let's see if we pull back a little bit. 418 put. Potential 418 put. Do we have, let's see, SPY. SPY levels, we've got 420, 415, 410. So let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. All right, watching that. Let's keep an eye on the SPY for a moment. Qs are hanging up a bit better. All right, so I'm thinking 418 puts. 418 puts.
It's 12 o'clock.
All right, I'm looking for the 418 puts. Only if we lose this level. If we lose this level, they're going for 25 cents. So I have an order open. I just haven't done anything with it yet. We'd have to lose this area and produce a lower low. So far, we're okay. Wow, this iPhone 12 Pro Max, this thing is heavy. Feels like a brick. All right, so no breakdown yet. Needs to take out that level right there. Needs to take this level out to head for 418. I wouldn't be surprised to see 418.60. A test of VWAP seems logical. Still a lot of stocks are doing very well today. A lot of stocks doing well. Okay, so we're going to reverse this. 420 could still get tested. 4,200 was tested on the futures. Tick cumulative is still higher highs, higher lows. So we got a higher high on tick cumulative. And we're trading 1-to-1 up-down volume. So no one really has an edge right now. And the funny thing is, on that move higher today, there's not a lot of blocks. Interesting. We only got 6 blocks. And the largest being 540,000, looks like. 46. All right, so we got 6 blocks have traded, the largest being 546,000. The other ones are smaller, 2 at 251,000, 1 at 150,000. The others 44,000 and 34,000. 6 blocks, not a lot of participation. That tells me that dealers were the ones pushing things higher for the most part, taking care of hedges. They had to buy futures and close their positions, their hedges, to get delta neutral. They don't like directional exposure. All right, they don't want directional risk. They make their money by selling the spread or buying the spread, profits from the spread and from fees. Doesn't seem like a lucrative way of doing things. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know the inner workings in terms of what they make, but doesn't seem like the same kind of profitability if you're taking a direction. But they've been around. I guess that's their insurance companies and underwriters. They have to. That's the way they have to do things in order to meet the requirements. There are regulatory agencies and such. They can't take directional risk. They have to get delta neutral. So if we do manage to get above 420, all bets are off. The downside that I'm waiting for isn't appearing just yet. All right, so doesn't mean it won't show up today. But we're trading 1-to-1 up-down volume. Tick cumulative is rising, so that's good. We've got advancing stocks beating out decliners. We've got a New York Stock Exchange advanced decline moving higher. We've got breadth improving. More stocks look good. We've got growth and value both being bought. So, all right, we're in lunch already. Let me go check these guys out at CNBC. I'll be right here with you. All right, looking good. Let's see what these guys have to say.
Look a little choppy right now. You're looking at bonds, still not a great buy. I think the equity markets here and outside of the United States, let's not forget, we're not the only game in town, still look pretty attractive coming into the back half of the year. But I agree with Pete. I think we have a little bit of a sideways summer on the broad indices with some potential opportunities mixed in.
Man, I don't know, Joe. You know, I was looking at I was watching the Knick game yesterday, and I don't know if you were either as well, but you see the crowd at MSG, and it felt like a metaphor for the entire feeling of coming out of this pandemic because MSG was on fire. And I was thinking to myself, like, man, people are going to go absolutely crazy this summer in a great way and have a lot of fun. And Tom Lee says we're going to 4,400 by mid-year because he's thinking about the rebound and the reopen and all this stuff in the recovery.
And he's right.
But I've got two people now, just Pete and Shannon, telling me we're going to go sideways. Do you agree?
No one knows what the hell is going to happen.
At MSG, the crowd was enthusiastic in Nashville for the hockey game with Carolina in the 18th hole for the PGA Championship. Boy, that was an enthusiastic crowd. So I agree with that. Sideways, I'm going to agree with Pete and Shannon. I think the market is in need, given the significant rise that we experienced in April. You have to have these moving averages kind of rise up to meet the S&P. We're beginning to do that process. The 200-day was about 14.5% below the S&P price just 3 weeks ago. Now,
All right, so we got to consolidate here. Push higher to 422.
Below the S&P, but I think you've got a sideways market, Scott, with opportunity. You've got 26 new 52-week highs today.
This has been sideways from 406 up to 422. Most of the action between 420 and 410. That's sideways. Yeah, so I agree with them.
Because I think that's the right word. You began the show talking about Peloton. I can't embrace a stock like Peloton right now and understand those stocks from 2020. Boy, the comps are going to be really difficult for them in the coming quarters.
I just don't understand. Like, Kate, what keeps us from breaking out of sideways? Why do we have three people leading into you all saying the same thing about where they think this market's going, and it's a whole lot of nowhere?
God, this guy is so aggravating.
Instead of saying sideways, I say I think we're in a trading range for the next little bit. And this is a perfect example where we hit the separate
Hot mic.
economy where
Hot mic.
super bullish and see tons of acceleration coming over the next couple months. And the equity market where I think we're going to continue to have a little bit of a pause. And look,
digest is like digesting inflation. You know, we know prints are going to be higher, but we don't understand exactly how it's going to impact each company's bottom line. So that's going to take a moment. The second is, you know, policy. BlackRock and, you know, my team have been out front talking
All right,
about
watch the SPY here. Watch SPY for SPY puts.
tapering, and we really want to get a sense for how policy is going to adjust in the back half of the year and the beginning of next year, and see how that gets priced into markets. And then the third thing is something that came up a lot, of course, in the first quarter reporting, which is around supply chain challenges. We just heard that in terms of Peloton, but supply chain challenges across many different industries combined with labor shortages. So I think the market needs to digest a whole bunch of this sort of macro stuff before we can really break out to new highs.
Degas, I know you're thinking about that story I was telling at MSG because you are thinking about the same thing taking place in Las Vegas and everywhere else that has casinos, specifically owned by MGM Resorts, which you just bought.
Yeah, Scott, you know, we really like MGM because ultimately, if you think about entertainment, conferences, you think about Las Vegas. MGM controls and owns 45% of the available rooms in Las Vegas. Also, another reason why we like MGM is because of the regional play they have. The Detroit MGM, Springfield, National Harbor. And then the third reason is the sports betting, iGaming. That's the growth area because right now we have about 12 states that have gaming allowed.
Watching SPY.
Possibility of 38 states by 2025. In addition to that, we have someone that's investing in this MGM, Barry Diller, with Interactive Corp. He has invested 12% into MGM because of BetMGM. So we see a lot of upside. Plus, we're looking at
Keep an eye on VIX as well. VIX starts to tick higher. Watch it.
9% with diverse suppliers. Also, they have a solar panel that they're building right now that would provide basically 90% of the energy they need for those Las Vegas properties. So we like MGM.
Okay, you mentioned the word energy, which is funny because Pete, you love energy. We're talking about, you know, sort of cyclical. We talked a little bit about inflation. We've heard some commentary about that already today. You like energy. Tom Lee says energy is his favorite sector. As I mentioned, 4,400 by mid-year is what his call is. By the way, happy birthday, Tom Lee. UBS says new momentum can continue to run, among them energy. Particularly stands out, they say, as a relative winner from higher inflation and peaking growth. Tell me about energy, Pete.
Well, I just continue to view it, Scott. I mean, everybody gave up for dead on energy for a long time, actually. And then all of a sudden, when November rolls around and it's $38 for oil and everything else, we
Watch these 418 puts. They're starting to work. They're starting to work. Be a short-term trade back to VWAP.
And as we've watched the price of oil go up and up and up, and here we are, like we were talking about, pushing towards 70, not quite there yet, but I expect to see, and I'd be curious at what Joe thinks too. I actually think we're going to see oil probably closer to 75 or 80 in the not that distant future, in my opinion. So if I'm right about that, then I think it makes sense to be in these beta names as well as some of the really big names. Like, for instance, I've owned Chevron for quite a long time now, and I continue to own it. It's great company, great dividend yield, all the things that go along with it, and selling options to create even more of a yield against that stock that has moved to the upside. But
Tesla.
there's a lot of different
Watch
names
Tesla
right now.
here,
I think there's
Daniel.
very powerful names in the energy space that still have plenty
Facebook
of
at the
growth.
highs.
Because of that,
Apple,
if I'm right about the price of
NVIDIA,
oil going
Netflix.
forward,
All of these are at the
I
highs.
think these beta names really do
Looking
start
for a
to rattle
pullback.
to the upside.
A little pullback. A little give back. 236, 382. It's certainly in the cards. 50% even. Will bring us back to the gap.
See Pete 75 and raise him to maybe even 80 or 85. I think that's the direction we're headed. There's really no incentive right now on production. You still have sitting out there the
VIX at the lows.
resolution of
Watch VIX.
Iran nuclear deal, what is going to be as it relates to production for the follow through there. So I like that assessment. The propensity to get investments surrounding energy is a lot less than it used to be 15 years ago. Just
All right,
because
futures are hanging out at the highs. We could frustrate the bears by just hanging up here.
I do in a limited capacity through Suncor, and I'm maintaining that position.
Well, let me ask you this: if we spend a lot of time
Really
trying to
suspect
figure
that a
out,
lot of this
Joe,
move higher
how
this
much the
morning was due
reopening
to
is
hedges
in the market
being taken
itself,
off
opposed
dealers,
to, say,
market
the
makers.
S&P, why are we asking ourselves the same question about how much of the reopen is in the price of crude? I mean, don't you think a lot of it's already in $65?
The fundamental reasons why I think the pricing of oil is supported here and can move higher. Yes, in that formula, it is about the reopening of the domestic and global economy, but I think there's more to it than that. I think it's the move towards renewable energy, which is disincentivizing production, so you're going to lessen supply. I think there are geographic challenges. Just look in Europe right now for natural gas. You're seeing natural gas prices in Europe spike dramatically. So I think there are supply concerns globally that are really exogenous just to the reopening of the economy.
Also, Carnival.
Pull up shares of Carnival and Norwegian. Guys, if we could, our executive producer Prashant was just sending me a note that the White House says the president is going to sign an Alaska tourism bill allowing cruise ships to return to Alaska this year. That's why you've got Carnival on the move by better than 2%. We can throw up the other names too: Norwegian, Royal Caribbean, RCL. See what those names
Yeah, those
are
look
doing.
good.
Everybody's getting a spike on this news. I think Florida is still a bit
All
of
right,
a
CCL
issue.
looks good.
Exactly what's going to happen with cruising from
Don't
that
chase it.
state.
Look for a
And the
flag.
market's there, but nonetheless, this news that we're just bringing you now is moving the cruise lines, which brings me to another stock which I wanted to talk about. Sort of plays right into this whole, travel, vacation, reopen, etc. Is Disney. Shannon, Disney, the worst Dow performer month to date. And I know after earnings there were some questions about the subs on Disney Plus.
Carnival Cruise Lines looks good. Carnival Cruise Lines.
The market's trying to figure out. The stock had already moved a tremendous amount, and now with growth of subs on Disney Plus is going to slow a bit. You have to maybe think about a re-rating of how you look at it.
Well, we've switched the type of investor that owned Disney. Prior to the pandemic, dividend stock investors owned Disney. They loved the cash flow. They loved the recurring revenue from the networks and from the parks. Then we had Disney Plus, and streaming became the story. And so now we're in this no man's land again, where dividend investors aren't really incentivized to go into the stock because they're probably not going to raise the dividend or reinitiate the dividend until next year. And you're looking at this growth component that maybe isn't strong enough to warrant versus relative growth rates in other companies. And so I think right now we're in a lull. For me, I still see those two parts of the company as being valuable over the next couple of years. So I would say if you're looking at this relative underperformance for Disney in the near term and you don't own it, I would put a position in. Parks are going to come back, ad revenue is going to come back, and Disney Plus is going to be one of the two main winners.
It's a good story.
Discovery and Time Warner being
That's a
third,
good story.
but I'm still putting my basket in Netflix and Disney as being the two streaming winners. Great opportunity.
All right, so CCL is very close to the 21 day on this push here. So we could see 29.30 pretty easily.
When it was up around 2, now it's had a bit of a comeback, come down to 178.
RCL,
We're talking about it today. They're at 178.
Royal Caribbean,
Excuse me. What do you think
another one. Norwegian Cruise Lines, NCLH. NCLH looking the best so far. There goes our CCL. CCL blasting off too. All right, so it's up 91 cents. ATR is $1.20.
So, Pete, I mentioned your name, and I did that on purpose because you alluded earlier to a trade, and I underscore trade, put it in all caps 3 times, ARC. You bought calls in ARC. Now, for those who watch the show on a regular basis and follow you on Twitter and otherwise, the saying that you've had, they being the Cathie Wood type ARC stocks, they have no multiple, is how you've described them, meaning they have no earnings, so there is the stock's not trading at a multiple to anything, right? That's essentially the point you're making.
Yes.
ARC calls, though.
Right.
Why?
Why?
Well, here's
I'm
why.
so
I'll give you a great
cool
example.
because
I
I'm
mean, I won't get
Wapner.
specific names because I think you wanted me to hold back on other names, but I will tell you these triple-digit, quad-digit market-type
They look
names
good
in terms
too.
of PE or no PE at all, yes, they've been cut in half or more.
That
You
looks
look at a
good
lot
to
of these
me.
various
ARC looks good.
names that were $400+ stocks are now trading below 200. I think that does create some sort of an opportunity to take a look and trade it, not own it. So I want to be very, very specific. I do not own the ARC stock. I own ARC calls, which gives me the opportunity to maybe get a ride if we start to see that particular space pick up a little bit better. And we have seen a little bit of that. We're starting to see a little bit of a lift from some of those various areas that do have these incredible PEs.
I think that's a good
or no
discount.
PE. And I think that there's an
I'd
opportunity to
love
trade
Kathy to be able to
that.
laugh in the face of people like
I want to be
Kramer,
very specific. I am not buying
uck,
the
uck,
stock.
uck, uck,
I'm
uck,
not
uck,
buying the stocks in
like
those names,
Popeye,
but I do think
the
there are
Popeye laugh.
opportunities to trade it given the fact of where they
Tesla
were,
looking
where they
good.
went to after their
I'll
IPOs,
add to my
and
kids'
where they've
portfolios
jumped
at
to
some
now.
point.
I think that has created some opportunities, at least in my
I
opinion.
mean, you're still making the same sort of call, just on a shorter term basis. I mean, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about
With
here.
limited
You
risk.
still think the value of it is going higher. You've just limited your risk by doing it on a shorter term basis and putting less capital at risk.
Right. The big key is this, the capital at risk, because you've got to be willing to and understand in the options world that obviously not every single trade's going to work. But with the stock side of it, you can really get harmed pretty significantly if you're wrong, like so many people were when they were chasing after some of these names, and those names were trading at 350 and 400. Now they're trading under 200. But that's why the options give you that opportunity to jump in and in a time frame, whatever that time frame is. It doesn't have to even be short, Scott. You could go out in time. You can turn it into spreads. There's a whole lot of different ways that you can attack the markets. And I think this is the way you could trade this specific area of the market. Like I say, I don't own the stocks. I wouldn't want to own those specific stocks that I've talked about, but it gives me the opportunity. Now, there are some high PE names that I've owned the stock in. There's no doubt about it, but there are reasons behind that where I've got implied volatilities that give me an opportunity to sell options against those positions that are absolutely ridiculous and give me that much more confidence that I can hold on to some of those names.
How about you also bought Coinbase calls? I'm looking at right now. I mean, crypto very much in the conversation today because the volatile weekend where you had, Bitcoin down around 30, 32-ish or something, about that.
All right, there goes Carnival continuation.
Slowed as well.
Yeah, when you look across the whole crypto space, Scott, you're exactly right. They were getting absolutely hammered. I mean, when you look at the volatility in that crypto space, Bitcoin specific, but take a pick of your
Looks
name.
good.
Yeah, they're extremely volatile right now. That tells me that a name like a Coinbase, I can trade.
Yeah, looking for that flag. I agree with you. That's what I'm looking for too. Lee Star, perfect. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
We saw some significant upside call buying just last week in Coinbase. Gives you an opportunity to be there, and if I'm right,
Exactly what I want to see. Carnival Cruise Line's on the move.
I think that's a great opportunity.
A pullback in the SPY and the S&P 500 is what I'm looking for a follow-through.
Just trading around with Coinbase and some of the other names that are out there in the crypto space.
As we were just talking about Kathy Wood and the ARC stocks too, obviously Tesla comes to mind, Degas, which you own, which is interesting to me. If this is correct, you're underweight relative to your other holdings, but you do own Tesla. The stock gets initiated today, equal weight at Wells Fargo Securities. $590 is the price target. It's a couple of percentage points higher from where we are right now. Give me your view on Tesla, knowing that I'm sure a bunch of folks who are watching us right now are probably involved in one way or the other.
Yes, Scott. So what we look at is that we look at it from a shareholder's value. And so we go through look at the evaluation, the profitability of Tesla, and also the expectations for Tesla. And so what we have done is that we've underweighted our exposure. We still have exposure, but we've underweighted it because we don't see as positive outlook as the note that you mentioned. So, and that's where we are with Tesla, because ultimately we have some exposure to Tesla because of the size of it is in our benchmark. But once again, we don't see a lot of upside in the short term for Tesla going forward, and that's why we underweighted it.
You know what's interesting is, the ARC stocks themselves have had a big reset. Crypto has had a big reset. SPACs have had a big reset. And yet the market has held in pretty well throughout the month of May.
Big surprise.
The S&P was up a fraction, 0.5%. Mike Santoli's been looking at that. And maybe the broader understatement, Mike, that makes. Through all of these little episodes that we've endured, the market has actually managed to come out of it pretty well.
Sure. Actually, I think you go back more than 3 months.
You know, I really feel sorry for Lee Star. I feel sorry for Rick down in Florida. He's really having a tough life of it. This is a couple of pictures he shared with me. I hope you don't mind. Out there, man, it must be hot. Must really suck to be there. Fishing. That is one funny fish. This is like, I can't even believe this is a real fish. It's crazy. At least are having a good time out there. This is really tough. I really feel for him. I feel for you, man.
And they've gone mostly sideways. A day like today, they've been lagging for a while, get a mean reversion bounce in them, and it helps in this whole rotation. So I do think the takeaway there is that there is a fairly sturdy underpinning, obviously because of all
the ribbon trade that I was showing you earlier by Lee Star. This is what he's looking at here. I'm looking for that pullback. Currently, we're breaking a little trend line, a little pullback first, and then a launch. Once we launch off of a little pullback, this would be an area where I might want to take 40 delta calls with Lee Star and do that a few months out, maybe July, as a potential trade. Okay. Watching SPY. ARC, I like to trade there on ARC. Looking for ARC to get back to reasonable levels.
and the market has been able to refresh itself to go higher. I don't think it goes perpetually, but we're here now.
It's so funny because as you're giving your report, I'm writing down literally.
All right, so we're almost to 418. We're in the 40, close to the 418 handle now. All right, so this is working.
Reasons why the market has been able to hold in, but yet I don't know if you heard the top of our show. I've got 3 of 5 people who are suggesting we're going sideways.
Right, well, it's based on the distance traveled, I think, and maybe how the indexes are made up and what it would take to kind of move them higher.
All right, futures pulling back.
Let's think about this for a minute. The reopen trade really that's what November to March was about. I mean, if you look at the PEJ, the entertainment and leisure ETF, that peaked in March. Airlines peaked in March. The market doesn't look ahead 6 or 8 weeks in theory. It looks ahead 6 or 8 months. So I think almost the pure reopening move is kind of priced in. The real question is, what's the sustainable global reflation and recovery story? And now Europe's going to, edge toward reopen. What does that mean for industrials, things like that?
All right. Kate Moore, I was going to say goodbye to you, but we need to hear more from you. You have any
Microsoft looking for a follow through. Cisco, nice follow through.
All right, I knew you were going to say that. All right, Kate Moore is going to stick around. We've got semi-stocks on pace for their 3rd positive day in 4 NVIDIA reports this week. We got the trade there. And a reminder, you can always watch or listen to us live on the go on the CNBC app.
Cisco's got a little bit more than $1 ATR. Cisco. Let's just take a look at Cisco real quick. Cisco, we're watching SPY at the moment. All right, Cisco looks like it could break above 54. All right, we'll watch for Cisco to potentially break out. SPY looking good here. All right, VWAP is coming into view. We got 236 right there from this low here near the close. I probably should take it down a little bit further. That's close enough. You get the idea. 236 is right by VWAP. You got 382, and then you've got 50% retracement. We need to stay above 4150. 4150 is way down here. Okay. 415.50 on SPY. All right. Roblox, nice little move on Roblox today. Tesla up 16. Looks like a B pivot starting to set up during the lunchtime hour. Looks like a B pivot starting to set up on Tesla. All right, Boeing, continuation on Boeing. I really like Boeing. I like Boeing for more. Boeing is going to be producing, according to management, anywhere from 25 to 30 planes. 31 planes, I think, was the top number over the next year into 2022 per month. That's a lot of planes. That's amazing that they can put that number of planes out, the 737s. There was some blowback from, I think, J.P. Morgan's analysts that said that they need to do something with the Fed first. I don't know. The FAA, okay? I don't know. But they're definitely buying off the low, move above the 9 and 21 days. So you can say whatever you want. Price action is what I watch. And Boeing looks pretty good. MACD cross. And with that MACD cross volume coming in, so I would think we could at least test the 50-day on Boeing. That looks good. Gold and GDX. Watching.
President Biden is expected to announce a $500 million increase in funding to help communities better prepare for extreme weather. The Washington Post says that Biden will make the announcement in about an hour when he visits FEMA headquarters to talk about preparations for hurricane season. Police officers will continue to be immune from many types of lawsuits. The Supreme Court decided that it will not take up a case that challenged that qualified immunity. The case was brought by the family of Luke Stewart, a black driver who was fatally shot by a white officer near Cleveland in 2017. And more diplomatic reactions to Belarus diverting a commercial jet and arresting an opposition journalist. Latvia says that it...
All right, whatever. Get enough of the news today, every day. Really not interested in the news. Carnival Cruise Lines flagging at the high. Opening routes to Canada, to Alaska again. Biden administration, I guess, giving the okay. Shepard Smith, the facts, the truth. Kind of like an oxymoron coming from the media.
Thank you, Solomon. All right, BlackRock's Kate Moore.
I guess if you say it enough times, it becomes true.
Thesis here, and what he was talking about, it's like the I will survive market.
Yeah, look, I think this is actually going to be an interesting week for us, despite the fact that the bulk of earnings are
Kind of hot mic there, Kate.
A lot of what we're talking about is, can some of those software and technology companies lead once again? And we have 10 software and hardware companies reporting this week.
Microsoft looks like it wants to go. Microsoft looks good for the follow through. I'm looking for Microsoft to follow through. I have shares only. All right, so this is most likely going to follow through. Doesn't mean it's going to necessarily be a guarantee of a follow through straight up tomorrow. Could flag back to the 9 and 21 day. All depends on the Qs and the SPY, how well they hang in here at the moment.
See you soon. That's Kate Moore joining us from BlackRock. She makes a great point, Shannon, about the reaction to earnings. And, I know she was speaking directly about the FANG stocks, Kate was, about great earnings, no reaction. Well, talk about some stocks that haven't traded all that well lately, and it's the cloud names. And, I don't know what that means about where the bar is going in, but you've got Zscaler and Okta and Workday and Snowflake and Salesforce and Box. And Box has had an activist in there, so that may be a different story. But you own Salesforce. What do you think about what Kate Moore said? I think it's a great point. You really need to look at those to see what the reaction is going to be if the earnings are good and they don't move.
Well, I think some of these cloud names have been really caught up in this work from home, stay at home.
Triple D. Let's go take a look at Triple D. It looks like that's going to continue higher. Triple D. Swing trade working very well.
Let's talk about Salesforce, for instance. The chassis upon which you can build a digital engagement strategy with your clients, and not just your clients, but your coworkers and customers and suppliers. It really does create an opportunity over the next several years.
Triple D. I'm going to move my stops up. I'd love to see it get above this. We were looking at 27. That was the level. 27.
Acquisition in 2019. But I think it's important to look at this.
All right, so we're above that 27 level, 2750. Let me pull this up a little bit. 27.
I think many of us are going to be in a hybrid situation for some time, and I think digital engagement and the cloud that supports
2750 looks like the level. 2750.
as a percentage of enterprise spend.
Pete, you sold Snowflake calls and you bought Oracle calls. Can you talk to me about those, please?
Yeah, the Snowflake is a great example.
All right, it's got an ATR.
But that's a great example of a
It's got an ATR of $2.30. ATR $2.30. It's only up 40 cents, so we could see another $2 out of this one if we ever get a expansion day. Snowflake. He's looking at Snowflake. All right, so if we can get a break above this level, we could see $2 more on this. A break above this level, you can see there's no overhead supply, or very little overhead supply overhead. Now, let me turn these off so you can see a little bit better. Let's take these legends off. Okay, you can see over here, very little volume has traded. Okay.
I'm looking at some of these other names, though, the old school, the old guard tech, where I've bought some calls, and I'm taking a look, and I'm sort of looking under the hood and thinking it over.
Volume coming in. All right, looks good. I've got an ATR of $2, so we could see more on Triple D.
I'll probably be converting over the Oracles of the world and Cisco types of different names that I haven't been in a while in terms of the stock, but I think the stocks still have plenty of room to run, and they have the right valuation, in my opinion.
Okay, Joe, I want to get to a new name that you bought related to the space. We'll do that, though, after I take a quick break. By the way, I hope you've heard by now the auction underway for our first NFT, and proceeds go to two great causes. 10 years ago today, we lost a friend when Mark Haynes died. He was a fixture at this network from its launch until the day he passed away. He is remembered for a lot of things, of course, but certainly for the Haynes bottom, when he called the low in the
St.
S&P
Louis
500
Fed
on
President
March
Bullard
10th,
says
2009.
you're going to see more inflation.
I
Yahoo Finance
really do.
interview says
Yeah, I miss Mark Haynes. He was pretty good when he'd have these comments with Scott Redler. Pretty heated.
For anyone who doesn't want to participate in the auction itself, it's all online now. Mintable.app/CNBC. It ends at 10:30 Wednesday morning. All proceeds go to Autism Speaks. That was a favorite charity of Mark's, and the Council for Economic Education, which focuses on financial literacy. You can go to Mintable.app/CNBC. And by the way, it's also a carbon neutral event. We're purchasing carbon offset credits from a firm called Ariel to make sure we have no negative impact.
Airbnb with a
Coming
press
up next, the big
release now
ETFs to watch
introducing
today.
the
As we go to break, we'll look at some of the stocks hitting new highs into it. Automatic data processing and Pete's favorite target. We're back after this.
Bravo, Airbnb.
All right, SPY in the Qs, no breakdown. No breakdown yet. SPY in the Qs. What's going on here? There we go. That's what I want. All right, no breakdown. Looking for the markets to run higher would be nice. Nice. That's nice, Rick. Cool. Thanks for sharing.
And welcome to the ETF Edge portion of Halftime Report. I'm Bob Pisani. Our guest today, Rich Powers, head of ETF and index product management at Vanguard. Jay Jacobs is the head of research and strategy at Global X. Rich, you run Vanguard's ETF business, second biggest ETF business in the world today. Special anniversary, 20th anniversary of the launch of Vanguard Total Stock Market ETF. VTI is the symbol. It's now the third largest ETF in the world. It was your first one, 240 billion assets under management right now. Vanguard had index funds before, but this ETF, it really brought ETFs into the mainstream, didn't it?
I think so, Bob. You're seeing increasingly more investors preferring to access indexing through ETFs, and Total Stock is a great example of how you can do that in a very low cost and simple way. I think the other thing that Vanguard's interest into the space created was a low cost way to invest in ETFs, a focus on great tracking by our sophisticated index teams.
I like the trusses.
ETFs don't have to be traded.
I like those beefy wood trusses.
Asset allocation tools.
Yeah, low cost to be 3 basis points for this, the whole, essentially the entire market here. Now, Jay, you run some of the largest thematic tech ETFs. We've been talking about this for weeks.
All right, it's buying the cues, no follow through, just consolidating here. Doesn't have to pull back.
Many of them have seen declines of 15 to 25% from the recent highs, but you have been telling me the outflows have been very modest. Now, why is that?
Well, it turns out that investors really are in this for the long term. You know, these are niche parts of the market. You can see cloud computing and lithium mining companies really move around a lot in the short term, but the long-term thesis is the rise of digitalization, the rise of electric vehicles, a lot of these really powerful trends, and for the most part, investors are really sticking in it for the long term.
Yeah, very long term. Now, we're going to have a lot more about this with Rich and Jay on ETF Edge at 1 p.m.
Boeing's still going. Let's look at Boeing here real quick. Boeing, you know I'm long Boeing. I like what I'm seeing here. Looks good. Looks good at least to 242 or so. The 50-day moving average overhead, 242.20. Boeing looks good.
Halftime is back right after this.
All right, SPY in the cues. There's no guarantees that the SPY is going to pull back. We could just consolidate here in a doji. All right, so there goes Boeing. Boeing is on the move right here. Boeing going. All right, so Boeing looks good. Looks like 242.
Due to global chip shortage, production at West Point, Georgia plant will be suspended on May 27th. And
A little extended right here, right now on Boeing. All right, so but this looks good though. This looks good. Boeing. Watching Boeing. Looks good. 242 and another 6 points on Boeing. Yeah, I like KHC as well, Anton. There goes Boeing. Boeing breaking out. Boeing looking good. All right, 242, I could see the 50-day. 50-day easily. Boeing is going. Watch Boeing here. Let's see, do we have any volume on Boeing? Let's see what the relative volume looks like. All right, what I'm looking for is this time of day. Going into 1 o'clock, 12:45. Look at 12:45 over here. Much more volume today at the same time compared to Thursday and Friday. And looks like, yeah, looks good. There goes Boeing. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, going.
I got some moves to talk about. Joe, I teased one of yours earlier. Fortinet. Talk to me.
Yeah, it's a rough life, right?
We talked about the cloud names before. I like the cybersecurity component of cloud. Fortinet is a company that's really got a strong balance sheet, free cash flow generation above 20% both 22 and 20.
Whoops, sorry about that. Did that go blank
Well, that
for a
was good.
second?
Other moves. Cheniere Energy. You bought that?
I did, Scott. Sold out of EQT, rang the register. I want a little bit more of a global exposure as it relates to natural gas.
Did I lose you guys there?
Which is what I purchased.
Let me just.
It's not going to give you the dividend. Same company, my quality momentum index actually owns CQP.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you for that. Degas Wright, Met Life, MET. Tell us why.
Yeah, Judge, I really
All right, sorry about that. Don't know what I just did
and benefits.
to deserve that.
Acquired
All right, Boeing's still going.
insurance company, insurance policy for pets, and we know that pets are really a lot of people are buying pets during this pandemic. Also, we like it because of acquisition of BetQuest, which actually is a estate planning tool for online.
Volume is pretty. Volume is the same as usual.
Americans do not have a will, and this is one way of addressing that problem within 15 minutes online. We also like the investment they're making into insurance tech. And lastly, MetLife in 2019 joined the Principles of Responsible Investment, an organization sponsored by the United Nations.
There goes Boeing. Boeing on the move.
To make sure that they're being responsible in their investments. So we really like MetLife.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you. All right, unusual activity. Mr. Nigerian, what do you have for us today?
Yeah. All right, Scott, I'm going to start off with Boston Scientific, BSX. This one's pretty interesting, Scott, because of a lot of different reasons, but one of which is the stock has really performed extremely well so far this year, and it looks like somebody expects it to continue to do so because they're buying 6,000 of the June 45 calls. Stock was trading around 42.60. They bought these June 45 calls very inexpensive, about 30 cents, and there's a little bit of time here. We obviously have the whole cycle of June to be able to go through, so that's interesting, but also on top of that, last week they were buying the June 44 calls. They bought about 5,000 of those. And today, after this initial trade, they were buying the July 45 calls. So 3 different hits in a short period of time. Really kind of interesting to see in Boston Scientific.
There goes Boeing. Boeing on the move.
The 52-week highs. Now, the second one that I've got for you is Deutsche Bank. We don't talk about this particular name all that often with the financials, but I'll tell you what, it has just hit now a 52-week high, and they're buying the September 15 calls. A little over 8,000 of those calls. They were going from anywhere from $1.10 to $1.15. Looks like somebody's starting to play a little bit of a breakout, but they're giving themselves plenty of time going out to September. I got one last one for you.
Go ahead.
Gap Stores. Gap Stores is one of those names. I'm just giving you an update. This isn't anything new. But Gap Stores was running, and they were rolling the entire way up, and they were right until the last time when I was on here and I was talking about Gap
Mic check,
Stores.
mic check.
Those options did not perform. The stock pulled back. I'm out of those. Those unfortunately went to a zero. But I still, if I see more activity coming in there, Scott, I'm more than likely to get back right in there because the rolls have been right up until this last time.
Okay, all over.
Underneath the YouTube player, there's also a volume bar.
Questions in, we will play them on the air, the video ones. Email us, askhalftime@cnbc.com. We'll be right back.
Underneath the YouTube player is a volume bar as well.
Underneath the YouTube player, there's also a volume bar.
That's me repeating myself. That's me repeating myself. Yep, the YouTube volume bar at the bottom can be different on different devices, you know. It depends on your default settings. All right, so Boeing looking good here. I'm not yelling. You want to hear somebody yell, you should listen to my wife when she's chasing the kids around the house. There's lots of places to hide in our house. There's a couple of secret doors.
Blockchain weekly 26 calls now on Romeo India Oscar Tango RIOT.
All right, Riot seeing some action here. Riot, RIOT, call sweeps. Yeah, Riot looks good. Riot looks good. I think we might have a turn here on Riot here shortly. What call sweeps did he say? All right. There's a lot of calls trading. The 25s. Riot. All right, Riot.
Vance Bullard says people are going into cryptocurrency with eyes wide open, not blind to volatility.
Riot looking good here. Watch Riot. Riot, a decent setup.
Okay, let's answer some of your questions. A video one, Joe. Let's watch.
Hello, Halftime Report. It's Mike in Orlando, Florida. If an investor only has like $8,000 to invest in the stock market, are they best off putting like $4,000 in an S&P type mutual fund and then using the other $4,000 to buy a couple stocks or an ETF? Thank you. Love the show.
Joe, you see that book over his shoulder? Did you notice that?
Oh,
That wasn't
I
when
sure
the wolves
did,
bite.
Scott.
That was buy high, sell higher. Did you notice that?
I noticed it. I know you have that in your living room as well. Let's answer Mike's question. Mike, I want I want you to be invested in the S&P, so I want you to have a little bit more than half of the exposure in some sort of a fund. Let's say $5,000, maybe $5,500. Let's take the rest. Let's focus on S&P stocks that we can be confident about.
Stocks. Red Sox. Sox. So a buddy of mine bought me a Boston Red Sox cap. I rode around the neighborhood in my on my daughter's bike. The funny comments from the neighbors, a lot of them from New York, New Jersey. Not a lot from Boston area. Always get comments from the Yankee fans. If the reverse was the case, if I had a Yankee cap on and was walking around the neighborhood, there's a few Boston people. They usually don't say anything. Yankee fans, though, the other way around.
Okay, good stuff. We'll take a break. We'll do final trades next.
All right, so looks pretty good. Looks pretty good, folks. We've had a nice morning. Most of the buying in here was hedges being taken off by dealers and market makers. Sorry, dealers and market makers taking trades off, hedges off, because Friday all of the options expired, or a third of the options expired. In the Qs in particular, SPY I think it was a little bit higher, and S&P 500. So now that the hedges are done, we got 420 as a major level. Does it get above 420? If we were to get above 420, that would be a major sign that there starting to roll calls up, okay, for whatever their reasoning. All right, institutions. If we see dealers and market makers starting to trade and push things higher, that would be very interesting. So we won't know until the evening after the close. So still in preparation mode for OPEX, June OPEX. Could stay right here as a doji. Boeing continues to push higher. Carnival Cruise Lines flagging, looking for a follow through. Cleveland Cliffs trying to break out. It was a nice volume bar 15 minutes ago. About 12 minutes ago, we got a nice volume bar on Cleveland Cliffs, CLF. Let's go look at Cleveland Cliffs, CLF. You can see this volume bar over here. Big spike in volume, CLF. CLF, big spike in volume.
Missed the show? Don't sweat it. The Halftime Report now has a podcast. Market moving interviews, call of the day, unusual activity, and of course, Ask Halftime. Look for us on Apple Podcasts or your favorite podcasting app and subscribe to the Halftime Pod today.
All right, watching. All right, let's see. All right, watching Cleveland Cliffs. The Spiders look like they're going to keep going. Spider is not giving it up yet. All right, Spiders hanging in there. All right, watching Cleveland Cliffs. The markets are just chopping around. Could stay in this sideways pattern. Note, VWAP is flattening out. All right, so it's a lack of momentum at the current time. So if you're looking for a big move, you probably won't get it at the present time. Boeing is running up against resistance. Akumo is overhead. Boeing is still going, looking very good here. All right, let's take a look at Boeing again one more time. Boeing, I'm looking at the average true range. Almost $7. It's up 2. Can we see 5 more? Can we at least see the 50-day? It's possible. By tomorrow, next day.
To double their active users over the next decade. And there really are end-to-end solutions
say that. I'm already upset about that. Might have to cut your microphone off. Degas.
Yes, Vulcan Materials. It is benefiting from the increased construction demand, and it
All right,
has
SPY and the Qs don't look like they're going to give it up. Here goes Boeing.
15% year over year.
Boeing has a $7 measure move.
Thank you for that. Joe Terno.
ATR.
We mentioned Macy's and Gap. How about owning Dillard's, ticker symbol DDS? Understand they own the properties and they own the construction company that builds the properties.
I mentioned Dillard's. I think last week we were talking about retail stocks and it had ripped.
Boeing. All right, so you got an ATR.
Some of the other bigger names in that space. All right, Pete, finish it out.
Yeah, here's one that's ripping as well. L Brands. We're seeing some call activity in there. I think it's going a lot higher, Scott.
Good stuff. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for watching the exchanges now.
And thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead today. The crypto crash, a wild weekend leading to a Bitcoin bounce this morning. We'll look at who could be buying the dip and whether you should get in or get out.
Boeing's got, it's trading up $2.27, up 1%. Boeing could see more of this ATR. It's just shy of $7. Can we see half of that? 3.5? That would bring us back to the 50-day. Right now, they're buying pretty actively.
Might be my favorite story of the day, but we start with the markets. Dow is here with those numbers for. Kelly is
All right, so the Emirates are looking like the Emirates are waiting on Boeing 777 jets.
anyway. Back away from my brokerage days earlier.
All right, so that's interesting.
500 is just about 4,200.
The head of the Emirates airline, one of Boeing's biggest customers, has warned the U.S. playmaker that it would refuse to take delivery of 777 jets if they fall short of contractual performance commitments. Whatever the hell that means. Apparently, there's some concerns. Boeing is still going. Still in a descending pattern. Until it gets above the 50-day, there's still the chance that we could stay in this descending pattern. We're breaking above it right now. I love it. I love Boeing. Note that it's got a $7 ATR on this one. $7 already in it. All right, so that looks good. Let me do one other thing. You see the Kirby over here, right? Gets into this level here. Kirby could really scoot fast. Okay, that's the Kirby right there. One there and one here. All right, that looks good. Volume is picking up. MACD is crossing. Don't want that. Want this. All right. Volume starting to pick up. Stochastic. Looks good. RSI above 50 would be what we want to see here. All right, so that's green now. All right, so Boeing looks really good. Boeing looks good. BA, Boeing. All right, whoa, there goes the SPY. Oh, yeah. SPY going. There goes Boeing. Do. Boeing looks good. Looking good. Boeing. All right, spying the cues. Boeing's at the highs. Nice little flag here. Can we get going? If we move into this Kirby zone, this is where very little volume has occurred. Very little has traded, so that means it'll be easier. There'll be less people looking to sell once we get above these pivots and the 50-day. It doesn't mean we're going to go straight up. Today, we're up $2.57, 1%. The ATR is $7. It is drifting lower, so that's because the ranges have been tightening up versus what was over here. Okay, when ATR was $11 average, when we had these big moves. So leg down, mark down, horizontal action, starting to see breaks above the 9 and 21 day. That's indicating that institutions have been picking up shares for that to happen. Not out of the woods yet. Once we get above the 50-day, you need to see the 9/21 day cross upward and price action spend more of its time above the 9 and 21 day like over here. Last time we pulled back, pushed back above the 9/21 and 50-day, spent most of its time. We had a nice run, and ATR turned upward. So watching, it's still in development, but Boeing looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Pretty good. All right, SPY pulling back now. SPY is pulling back. All right, watch. I'm reluctant to get too crazy. I'm thinking it's going to pull back to 218 calls, 218 puts. A test of the VWAP and maybe 382 or 50% is in the cards. That would be around 417. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. So maybe take some profits in Boeing. Maybe it's done for today. Cisco up $1.10. Intel high of the day. Nice. Intel's at the high of the day. Okay, we make it through the 21 days. See this level over here? Then above that level, we could see the 50-day pretty quick. So that's 4 points to go. 3.5 to go on Intel. Looks like a pretty good trip. We're trading $1.08. ATR is just north of $1.36. $1.36. If you missed Intel, we're watching SPY and the Qs. If we get any kind of B and C pivots, still thinking very bullish for SPY and the Qs. Still thinking very bullish. However, Doesn't mean we can't see a B and C pivot. So watching your timing, Intel's still looking good.
SVRA, Sandy Victor Romeo
RSI is rising. Intel's probably going to keep going.
raising the price target to
Surprising how many people jump ship on Intel when you get a negative comment or two. This was over here was when Microsoft said they're going to stop using Intel chips. What happened? Gap down the next day and then took off. So you don't get too many opportunities on Intel. I'm sure there's a few people in the trading room that would support Intel. Fundamentals, forward PEs, fundamentals, technicals, etc. Intel looks good. AMD, let's look at some of the other chips like AMD. AMD, where's AMD? Going 3 times, AMD. All right, that looks pretty good. AVGO. AVGO, that looks good. Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments, one of the FANG 15. Texas Instruments, TXN. That looks really good. Texas Instruments looks really good. Let's see. What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA too. NVIDIA looks really good today. I liked it on Thursday. The gap up on Friday, it got away from me. I would have put it on a watch list, but I thought maybe it'd come back a little bit. That's telling you institutions are picking up shares. So if they're picking up semis, at some point semis are not going to be an issue again as far as providing enough chips for the industries that need them. All right, I'm going to have to take a break here shortly. I'm going to have to take a break. I'll watch Spy with you. Let me go make something for lunch, make a sandwich or something quick. All right, watching Spy and the Qs, just sitting here sideways, frustrating both the Bulls and the Bears. Okay, so, all right, I'll be right back. Let me keep an eye on VIX too. Let me put VIX over here on the left. VIX is still moving lower. All right, so I'll be back in about, give me 5 minutes, 10 minutes to make a sandwich. I'll be right back.
Letter T, AT&T Director Stephen Lutzo reported purchase of 100,000 shares at $29.80 in a Form 4 filing a little while ago. That's letter T. moving higher now, seeing a big call sweep here. The weekly 630 call sweep now, 1160 contracts on Tesla TSLA. LODE, Comstock Mining, seeing a spike in volume in Lima Oscar Delta Echo, LODE. Some block trades in LODE. DDOG, Datadog extension for AWS Lambda now generally available, DDOG AMZN.
I'm here with you. I'm just eating lunch out of earshot.
SD, Sandy, Bravo, Safe Bulkers popping to the high, $4.27 on volume. At Sandy, Bravo, Safe Bulkers. TSLA Tesla making more new highs now, $604 on Tesla TSLA.
All right, we're breaking out to new highs. Maybe we're taking out stops up here. Watch, 420 is the level. We're not quite there. Let me grab a bottle of water. I'll be right back. All right, so we got to watch how price action reacts to 420. That's a major gamma level. Consider taking some profits off into strength. If we break through 420, that would be a huge hurdle. And the yard mark for now, the benchmark that we're watching. Okay, let's see. Most stocks are working. You see the gold SPY ratio, right? Starting to turn down. I'll watch that. That's just telling me to keep an eye on it. 60-minute SPY starting to poke above this level here. All right, starting to poke above that level. We are embedded, stochastic. can stay embedded for a while. Okay. RSI can stay up here. Looks pretty strong to me. Still got these peaks below average volume on the 60-minute. All right, so we are more like that. All right, follow the money. That's our job, follow the money. Got this gap over here. Still watching that. All right, looks like we'll see how this trades out, but I got to believe they're going to keep this below 420. Get a lot of people to buy up here. I'm thinking at least a pullback to VWAP. Got to see it first. Just knowing where all of the major volume is that we showed you earlier on the S&P. All right, this volume here. All right, we're watching that volume. Okay, I will check it out. All right. All right, so we've got these levels overhead. $4,200. You can see there's less puts and more calls. So we could see those calls roll out. That would be a good sign this week. Going into June OPEX, just starting to see calls and puts trading. By the end of the day, we'll see what they've done today. Give us a better idea of what to look forward to. You can see those spikes beyond 42.25, 42.50. To the right of those arrows, you can see those spikes there. I'm looking for the call volume to shift out a little ways. So that's something that we'll watch for the next few days.
Roku protocol reporting that Roku wants to expand into smart home devices. The company has plans to expand into
All right, Roku going. Some kind of news on Roku.
that based on recent hire and job listings, Roku declined to comment on that rumor. That's ROKU Romeo Oscar Kilo Uniform. Shares of Roku now just off the highs, 346.22, up about 1.75% now on Roku.
Cleveland Cliffs up 30 cents at the high, up 1.6%. AMC up 50%. AMC. Looking for an ABCD pattern on AMC, Cleveland, Carnival Cruise Lines. Looking for a follow through on Carnival. Biden administration opening up routes to Alaska. I'm not sure how they do that. They must have some sort of regulation or something against doing that. DQ looking for a bounce. Intel up $1.18, high of the day. Intel continues.
DWTR report India police search local Twitter office. That from Financial Times. DWTR. Financial Times says police in India searched the local office of Twitter after its moderators labeled a tweet by the national spokesperson.
Yeah, that's like those iRobots. You know, they record everything in your home, you know, video camera, unless you turn the Wi-Fi off. And the company says, well, we're not going to sell the data. I don't want you knowing what my data is anyway. So I don't know why they need to have Wi-Fi on it. Just vacuum my floor. That's all I want you to do. These companies are selling data. I mean, it's just gotten so crazy. So crazy. Fran, I'll take a look at it. Madrid, I'll take a look at it. All right, I'll let you know. Let me look after the close because I'm following some open positions right now. SPY at the highs, watching. Intel looking really good here. Intel. Chip stocks having a nice day. Chip stocks having a good day. Intel's above the 21-day now and just continues to see solid buying. Looks really nice. Intel. I'll stick with Intel for a while. Might want to add to that actually. Let's see what I got here. Yeah, I want to add to it. All right, watching Intel for any kind of dip. I want to buy the 57 call. I have shares.
On AMC says company now has an investor base that's 70% to 80% retail. Sources tell Fox Business that CEO Adam follows about 1,000 retail stockholders on Twitter, plans to follow 1,000 more to understand the phenomenon that has changed who owns AMC. Tags out the Michael trade. Shares of AMC now off the highs at 13.52, up about 12%.
All right, looks good here. All right, Intel, I like the June calls. The 5750s are seeing some volume, as well as the 60 call on Intel. Most likely will continue. A close above the 21-day here is what I'm watching for. If I get that close and no pullback to the 9 EMA, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll take the 57 or the 5750 calls for June. I like what I'm seeing there. 5750, we've got about 28,000 in open interest. We've got 1,800 option contracts trading today, the June 5750 call. We also see the 60 call for June, trading 2,100 contracts today with an open interest, same open interest of 28,000. So those look like spreads there. Looks like a spread, 5750 and the 60, 5750 by 60 call spread. That's what it looks like on Intel, and I could definitely see 60 on this. So we'll see. For June, that looks good. All right, so if the indices can manage to hold these highs, that would be really good for the bulls. For the 420 level is a major gamma level. Hopefully, what's happening is the morning session, we were probably taking off hedges, dealers and market makers taking off the hedges with the expiration of a third of the Q volume options contracts expiring on Friday, along with the S&P and spiders. Most likely what you're seeing this morning was those dealers and market makers de-risking or taking their hedges off because they don't want to have market directional exposure. So I'm almost certain that's what happened this morning. Now that we're moving sideways, institutions and dealers are looking at what are they going to do next. We get above 420 here, this is going to look completely different. And most stocks are responding in kind. So coming into this week, we had a close below the 50-day. Okay, and I thought to myself, what happens if we move lower? So there's probably a lot of shorts also that got stuck here and had to cover this morning. Part of this is probably shorts, I would think. Above the 50-day, definitely looks good. Kind of hard to talk. I just had a Hershey's Kiss stuck to the roof of my mouth trying to talk at the same time.
Novan has received notice of allowance for U.S. patent complication, tunable nitric oxide, releasing macromolecules having multiple nitric oxide donor structures. That's NOVN. TSLA Tesla moving over $606 now. Continuing to make new highs, up about 4.5% now for TSLA Tesla.
All right, nice trading day today. Nice trading day. SPY holding up underneath 420. Maybe we'll see some, it looks like we're going to see some calls roll up to that level. Just looking at SPY, the 420s. Just go over to SPY and look at the 420s and see the volume that's come in today. SPY. All right, let's look at the monthlies for June. 420s, 421, 422. All right, we see big open interest above at 425. You see that open interest at 425 for the June calls, June monthlies? There's 66,500 in open interest. We've got 6,800 added today at 425. 420, we see 86,000 in open interest and 7,500 contracts added today. We'd like to see more of these numbers above 420, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Like to see this beef up a little bit more. That would indicate that they're shifting from lower levels from 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 up above that level. As a strategy, we're just watching what institutions are doing. If they're positioning higher, we'll most likely go higher. If the volume was much lower, above 421, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'd be a little bit more concerned. We're hanging out at the highs with the potential to pull back a little bit intraday. All right, so we're not going to go straight up every single day. Let's go back to that Q for a second. All right, so the ATR on the Qs is just shy of $6, 580. We're up 6 on the day. So to think that we're just going to keep going, I think it's a little unrealistic. All right, you see what I'm doing here? ATR is 6. Let's just say 6. We're up 6. So what do you think the possibility of continuing higher? I think it's a little bit tomorrow and the next day. Yeah, I think we could see follow through. RSI is above 50. But ATR is telling you that the today is probably done. And maybe some puts will come in to play just for a little bit of a pullback into intraday range. Now, stochastics is rising, so that's telling you look for a close in the upper half of the daily range. So with a $6 move, we could see $3, less than $3 on the pullback, and still be in the upper half of the daily range. You follow? So let's say we pull back $1 and we pull back to a $5 instead of 6. That's possible. So is a pullback to +4. That's possible. And still stay, I'm looking at stochastics. That's telling me to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range on a 14-day rolling basis. All right. The fact that we're above the 50-day is huge. You can't underestimate what that means psychologically for the bears as well as the bulls. It also means that we need to keep an eye on the value and growth names. They're both confirming. So just knowing that information alone, both of these are moving higher. So these sectors are all being affected. Semiconductors are doing very well. So is XLK today. So Friday appeared to be just profit taking. And for that move from we had on Wednesday and Thursday, Friday was profit taking, but they're following through. So looks like institutions have a taste for higher levels. That's what price action's saying anyway. Would like to see more blocks though. We had the largest block today was 900,000 shares, and that was at 419.26. We're above that level, so therefore we should be bullish. Above 419.26 is bullish. All right. Javier. Okay, nice. The north of Spain kind of reminds me of, I guess, similar to terrain as Italy, northern Italy, right? The Tuscany. It looks like similar. Um,
IoT, right? Blockchain now getting up off here, 2467. Romeo, India, Oscar, Tango. SNDL, Sundial Growers, dropping here into the lows on volume, Sandy November Delta Lima. AMC, Alpha Michael Charlie, December $28 call sweep now in AMC.
yeah, gotcha. More cold in the north of Spain? All right, cool. All right, good to know. I mean, it looks beautiful, Fran. Um, Javier. Looks beautiful. All right, so we're looking at the growth versus value. Both are working. Make sure you, every once in a while, you have to refresh your YouTube, looks like. I've done it. I have two different computers monitoring the stream. So I had to refresh there. Just refresh from time to time. So Fran, your subscription ends on June 31st. All right, so you just need to rejoin. Just cancel the old one and rejoin. You're considering the yearly. That's good. Thank you. Thanks for your patronage, everyone that's listening. Really appreciate the teamwork, especially from all of the members. You get what you put into the trading room, right? The more you're active, the more you participate, the more you're going to glean from everyone's input as well as yourself. Can't underestimate all of the trade setups I see posted in the room. I don't want to take every single trade that people are taking, but definitely there's a lot of things that are working. A lot of cross currents, a lot of stocks are being bought. Carnival Cruise Lines, I think this love to see this above 29 tomorrow. All right, 81 cents on the day. It's got an ATR of $1.20. We could see another 40 cents, 50 cents maybe. In the evening session, what happens after 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock a lot of times is a line of demarcation. The institutions come in end of day, and they'll do whatever they plan on doing. We're setting up for all-time highs. I agree, Rob. I'm looking at the up-down volume right now. Up-down volume is picking up. It's 2-to-1. We're above the largest SPY block, 900,000 at 419.26. Above that, we are bullish. Q's looking for a close above the 50-day.
PLXS, Papa Lima X-ray Sandy. Plexus provides financial update due to COVID-19 restrictions in Malaysia, announcing participation in Stifel conference. Says that the Malaysian government mandated a 2-week workforce curtailment for all manufacturers in the region due to combating COVID-19. Says the company is still determining the potential financial impact of that situation. However, the company currently anticipates that it will be unable to meet its fiscal third quarter revenue guidance of $875 to $915 million and GAAP diluted earnings guidance of $1.23 to $1.38 issued on April 21st. That's PLXS, Papa Lima X-ray Sandy.
All right, so that looks good. Let's go back to SPY. Q's look good. Intel following through. I like the trend on Intel, looks good. SPY 60 minute. All right, we're pushing the highs there in SPY 60 minute. Let's see what they do. Futures look ready to rip here. Futures look ready. $420 is the level. 4,200. Who's that making noise in my yard? Neighbor cutting the grass. Bitcoin bounces back. All right, so for those of you who bought the dip on Bitcoin, that might work. That might work after all. All right, watching Bitcoin. So we were looking at Bitcoin this morning and last week as well. And what I told you was, let's look for this indicator, custom indicator that I made for my, it's a pro account. So custom indicator. It's just an oscillator, so nothing mysterious about it. But it is custom. It's based on, I forget the guy's name. It used to come in on the evening session around the time Melissa would come in. Melissa would have Guy Adami on and whatever. This one guy that would come on created these custom indicators. I don't know if it was, I don't think it was Dominic. It was somebody else. Anyway, I created something similar. And what I'm looking for is this indicator here to turn. You see the gray area here behind the green shading. We're looking for this signal line, both of them to turn up. Last time it did that from over here, we got a false signal and a push a higher low. Signals are always going to be different. This one over here started to turn up. We got a nice move. That was back there when it was trading $1 and ran up 600%. All right, from this turn right here, We had lower highs on stochastic, or on this indicator anyway, and then that turned, and we got the breakout. So that's what we're looking for. That was at 5. It ran up to almost 80. That's a nice move. The last time we traded this from 5 up to 80, many of you are along for the ride. So now, looks like early people are getting in. Still a little bit too early, unless you want a safe signal. This is a weekly time frame. Let's see. Let's go to GBTC. See what that looks like. It's not quite there. Not quite there. This could turn. Notice the gray area. That signal could turn before this signal. Inside week. This is a weekly time frame. Last time this broke out, this indicator turned up from 10, ran up to 58. That's a nice run. So you have to be patient. There's no hurry. This took over 16, 18 weeks to develop and follow through. 8 weeks to develop, another 18, 20 weeks to get to the highs. All right, so there's no hurry. You're not missing anything. Wait for signals to confirm first is what I like to do. That's just my personal style. I can't recommend you following everything I do verbatim. I make mistakes too. Sometimes I'll buy too early in the day. I always say that I like to wait until about, here goes SPY. I like to wait until after 9:45, 9:50 at the earliest, because algo's taking care of imbalances. Sometimes I've been known to come into SPY too early and wind up getting my butt handed to me as price action pulls back. So it's for me, it's personal. It's a personal thing. I don't like to trade until after 10 o'clock. There's a number of reasons why, and if you've been around for a while, you know most of them. Here's Intel as an example. All right, Intel looks good on the daily time frame, but if I wanted to start a new position today in Intel, I would look at the 5-minute chart first off, and I would look at the opening range. The opening range kind of failed here and then reversed back up and took out these pivots. So that was a long signal. Okay, taking out these pivots here tells me that it had to take fresh money to do that. We came back to VWAP, tested it again, and then we took off. All right, so Intel, maybe take a little profits off here, but relative volume, we're looking at the relative volume at that time when we got this move higher. That relative volume at 10 o'clock versus 10 o'clock on Friday, much more. So it told me that Intel was in play today. So if I had a position in Intel, not to get too concerned, don't sell just yet, because you know what the daily looks like. All right. We thought there might be a rejection today. No rejection. Then we had to look at all the FANG stocks. All the FANG stocks were saying the same thing. Don't be worried, be happy, right? So we went to the FANG 15. These 15 stocks make up more than 50% of the weight of the NASDAQ 100. The top 7 stocks make up, these 7 stocks right here, make up more than 23% of the weight of the S&P 500. So it's a pretty good guess that if these stocks are all moving higher, that you'll have a nice follow through in the spiders. So let's take a look at these real quick. In the morning around 10 o'clock, I look at these as a reference to see what we might have in store. If everything is above VWAP, and it is, except for Netflix, everything's above VWAP. If everything's above VWAP, pretty good odds that the Qs and the SPY are going to move higher. I don't think that's too far. I don't think that's too hard to understand. I'm not insulting anybody's intelligence by making a statement that way. Sometimes I'm not the most eloquent. But suffice to say, if all of these 15 stocks are above VWAP, with the exception of Netflix, 14 of 15, pretty good odds that the markets are going to move higher, I think you would say. If, on the other hand, we were struggling in the morning, and everything was below VWAP after 10 o'clock, you would think that's probably going to be a bearish day. There goes SPY. SPY's on the move. All right, so that looks good. Let's go back to SPY. So we want the odds to be in our favor, and in order to do that, we need to look at multiple multiple indicators. Right now, we're not above 420. So as much as we might want a move above 420, until it happens, we can't justify putting any more risk on, because we're running up against resistance, waiting to see what happens. Let's look at SPY on a point and figure chart. I just want to check a few things. All right, we're still, you see this long signal that started back here, April. All right, so when this started when, you see this downtrend line? When this price action, these X's and O's broke through that line right there, it went back to the most current low and drew in an automatically 45-degree angle trend line. So we're on a buy signal. We're bullish. We're pulling away from this level. And realistically, we're quite a ways away from that. Let's go to shorter time frames to see what else we can see here. Let's look at the 60-minute. Okay, same thing. 3 boxes. A break above 420. You can see the 420 level right there. Okay, so if we fill the 424 box, especially if we fill the 420 box, we fill that, then we've got a good shot at a breakout. This would be a double top breakout on the 60-minute SPY point and figure chart. A lot of people use point and figure. That's what I learned on way back in the Stone Age. The good thing about point and figure charts is the simplicity. The simplicity of a point and figure chart. Okay, you don't have to worry about plotting on a candlestick chart or a high-low close bar chart. All you need to know is if 420 fills, we put an X there. All right, so you're bullish, continuation bullish. And as each box fills in either direction, we just put a box. And we go to the next 60-minute chart. I mean, the next day, and so forth. Much easier to follow once you understand what you're looking at. Imagine before we had computers, the complexity of plotting every single day, high, low, close, on a chart, and then drawing moving averages, whatever, lagging indicators. Instead of pure price. Pure price is much easier to record on a point and figure chart. And the reason why they're so universally understood by professional traders. A lot of times I'll just check the chart just to see what's going on. Let's look at the Qs for an example. Qs. Okay, so the Qs. Remember the 50-day. The 50-day, off the top of my head, the 50-day was at what? It was at, I believe, I wrote it down, 328.30. 328.30. So once we filled this box 328, similar to what you were doing with your candlestick charts, we were looking for the next box. All right, so notice these move in $6 increments. All right, $4 increments, sorry. So if we get 336 and then 340, looking for the breakout. SPY is doing very well. So we're just looking for SPY to fill 420. Easier to record. And the other thing about this is that the numbers represent January, February, March, April, May. When you get to November, December, January, you put an A, B, and a C. The reason is you can't fit 2 digits in this little box. Much easier, A, B, C. So you know this breakout over here was in December of 2012. What? In November. Sorry, this is a 60-minute chart. All right, so that looks good. Okay. So what are we looking at here? We want to look at SPY, right? Go back to SPY. We just watch SPY here. Still going. Let's keep an eye on VIX. VIX is continuing lower. VIX is trading 1867. 1867. Tesla's at the high of the day. Daniel, you're doing good on Tesla. You got a TTM squeeze on Tesla. It opened up. Just looks pretty much like the SPY does. SPY do. Merck trading 79.58 again. Can't seem to get above that 80 level. IBM close to the high of the day. Microsoft closing in on the high of the day again. SPY. All right, we're 420 right now. 420. SPY 420 right now. All right, we're filling the box. All right, a close above this level looks good. Do 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 do. There we go. Up, up, and away in my beautiful, beautiful machine. That was some great music back then. People were happy, not so angry. Whoa, look at this move. Look at this crazy move here, folks. Wow. I'm impressed. I am impressed. All right, so a close up here, I bet was not what they had in mind. Tesla. Tesla looks good. Tesla looks great. Above 610. Looks great. There goes SPY on the Qs. Don't count them out. Don't count out those Qs. Just saw the wife leave out the corner of my eye. Boeing, still going. Boeing 242 is the level that I'm looking at for follow through. Boeing. All right, those puts I had coming into today are worthless. They were pretty much worthless at the open. I had some out of the money 414 puts for insurance. Those expire worthless, are going to expire worthless. The upside, clearly the direction they want to take the markets. All right. Nice job there, Kenny. Nice job. Congrats on that Tesla trade. All right, so we're taking out stops above 420. We need to see more follow through. Needs to follow through and close up in this level. Otherwise, we could just be taking out stops overhead, overhead stops, shorts with stops up head, overhead. Pinterest and others look good. Pinterest. Pinterest at the high of the day. All right, looking for the cruise lines to see more activity. If we see activity after 2 o'clock, it generally means institutions are behind the move. All right, so SPY and the Qs. Wow. I'm I'm glad I'm not bearish. I'm glad I'm not bearish. You know what? I might take some calls on the next dip. If we get a dip that holds above 420 before, say, 245, I might take some calls for Wednesday. Futures firmly in the bulls camp. No question about it. 2-to-1 up volume. Tick cumulative, higher highs, higher lows. So we know what institutions are doing. It's not my opinion. It's what institutions are doing. The only way this can be green is to have them buying more than they're selling. That's the closest you're going to get to actually looking over their shoulder. Between gamma and tick cumulative, breadth indicators telling you they're buying more stocks than they're selling, more advancing than declining. Tesla. Wow, that's pretty. That's a pretty chart on Tesla. Tesla, TSLA. Okay. So what am I thinking about Tesla? Tesla is about to get a MACD cross. So most likely, while this may not necessarily be another bullish day like today in terms of the size of the candle or the range, the momentum is clearly shifting. Stochastics, ATR, MACD, RSI has yet to get above 50. If we tomorrow most likely we'll test the 21-day. If we get through the 21-day, then the next hurdle is the 50-day and some of this price action in here. You see this major volume by price band along this level. That's just north of the 50-day, so 675. I don't know, just have the feeling that Tesla is gearing up for the next leg higher. You got the leg down, leg up. But look at this volume by price bands. Most of the volume is overhead or right where we are right now. So we got to get through this level. The 50-day would definitely do it. You got a descending pattern on Tesla. You got a descending pattern here. Okay. Basically, you got this, a wedge. I'm looking at the bodies of the candles, not the wicks. And then you've got this area over here that I'll highlight right in there, that volume. We need to get above that. All right, so if we pull this over here, we can see that we're in the lower half of this and how price action starts to build here. And here. So once we're above those two levels, 50-day you can see is right there. Should be coming back up to the highs. I find it interesting that people don't really talk about SpaceX and the contracts they've won from the government. I mean, I think it was 1.5 billion or something like that. By contrast, was it Microsoft was 22.8 billion over 10 years? 2.2 billion per year added to the bottom line. So I'd be paying attention to stocks that are garnering the attention of the government via contracts, etc. All right, so once we get through this area, we've got a little more work to do, but Tesla's looking much better. Look at the SPY and the Qs. I can't complain about this. Can't complain about this, even if I do lose some on the put side. I'm okay. Most of my positions are long anyway. All right, so the 420 box is filled. All right, so let's go to SPY. Let's go to SPY point and figure. That's not what I want. SPY point and figure. All right, so you can see right there. That wasn't there before, remember? 420 is filled. So now we filled it. So we got a double top on this time frame. A move through 420 up to 424 would be a double top breakout on the point and figure. X's are buying, O's are selling. And the months clearly denoted. This is happening in May, April, May, into June. One of the seasonally strongest months of the year, June and July. So go figure. Just happens to be a top gamma strike, and we see 424 filling in. What a beautiful scenario for the bulls. Not so much for the bears. Let's see what we're doing over here. S&P 500, Apple still one of the strongest on the day. Tesla 4.78. Nobody near Tesla except for Carnival Cruise Lines. Check out your Carnival Cruise Lines, Royal Caribbean, Norwegian Cruise Lines. Carnival just a week or so ago said that they were starting up their Caribbean and Mediterranean European cruises, they said. European and Caribbean cruises. So the addition of Alaska and all of the hoopla about New York City schools, you can't do remote learning anymore. You have to go to the classroom. I walked around a lot of shops this weekend. Nobody with masks on. Very few people with masks on. Only the people that are still concerned about their health. Maybe they didn't get vaccinated. I have a big V on my head. Just kidding. But, everybody was out and about. The kids went to a camp with the mom, a shooting camp. My son was really excited about shooting a 12 gauge and a 22 caliber rifle. The daughter was happy too. So they had fun. Surprisingly, some well-heeled people, from what my wife was saying. It's a yearly thing with them. Some of the people from Charleston and Georgetown. Lots of history down there. Okay, so AMD's up, chips are up. Let's look. I don't know why NASDAQ lists so many of these small cap stocks. Apple's obviously large cap. Tesla. DraftKings. Oh, what's DraftKings? That wasn't on here before. DraftKings. Wow, you see DraftKings? A monster move on DraftKings today. Oh boy. All right, so if you missed the move on DraftKings tomorrow, there's still the possibility to trade it tomorrow. If you missed DraftKings today, you can also trade BETZ. BETZ is a sports betting and iGaming ETF. Bets is also Bets. BETZ was on previous watch list. This looks really good. Most likely going to be up at 33. Pretty good odds by June. It'll be at 33. BETZ. DraftKings more than likely continues. There goes SPY. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a slaughter. Like the movie Slaughterhouse-Five. Oh boy. Oh boy, boy, boy. Oh boy. Oh man. Like I was saying before, the majority of the time, as long as you're buying the dips, the markets are going to be rising over time. Now, there are going to be periods where we go stagnant, we consolidate. We're not always going to move higher every single day, but the odds are in your favor if you've got enough time to work to higher levels. The fact that we've been up here before is, I won't say irrelevant, but We, for the longest time, if you've been around for a few years here in the trading room, you know that we've been watching how these, these different levels. Back here in 2018, we were looking at 265, 270. Remember 270? And then we were looking at 300, and then we were looking at 315, and then 380, 370. It just, the levels keep moving. Now, at some point, obviously, all the people that are on Bloomberg saying we need a 5% drawdown sooner rather than later, whatever, they're going to be right. And they're going to be accoladed. And they're going to be patted on the back. See, you called it. You called it. Well, a broken watch is right twice a day as well. Until institutions stop rolling prices up, and we'll know that by this afternoon, tonight, after 4 o'clock, we'll know if they rolled up or not, and in what quantities. Okay, so watch price. A chart like this is not going to tell you the whole story in the markets. Can't. There's no way. Price action, on the other hand, I was surprised. I'm surprised that we got through 420. But I did tell you that if we got through 420, it's because they want it. They want it. They're pushing it. Qs are going. All right, so what's everybody thinking on the Qs? What were they thinking like I was thinking last week? 50-day. Stopped us dead in our tracks. 2 days in a row. There was probably a lot of shorts. There's still not a lot of volume, so there'll be people on stock twits. Yeah, but the volume is only half. Whatever. That's true. That's true. We want to see more volume. And blocks are kind of sparse today. I will give them that. But what do the options tell you? And what are the hedges going to be on the options that we see? Because that's going to tell us what dealers and market makers are doing. They don't want directional exposure, so they're going to hedge around these positions. We know what happens if we move above the volatility trigger, which we are. 4150 was the volatility trigger. Above that, we want to be long. Below it, we want to be short. It's pretty straightforward, right? I wouldn't want to be a bear right now. BETZ, this is a good way to play the sports betting, this ETF. If you missed DraftKings or Fubo, all right, what are the three doing? Fubo, nice push. It's $20 per share. All right, $21.59. You could trade this. It's kind of a slow mover. DraftKings, big move today. DraftKings. If you missed both of these, maybe you trade BETZ. It's an ETF that specializes in sports betting. Okay? This looks like it could see 33. So 2 points, not quite 10%, but good enough. Gets back up to the highs, we'd sell it. Or at least reassess. Sell half, reassess at that point. So a swing, not a bad idea. Oh boy. Oh boy. Price is king. Price is king. Opinions, not so much. Opinions, not so much. I may come across as being biased, but believe me, I'm not. I constantly looking for reasons to be wrong, like Tony Dwyer says. Quite often, people think that he's bullish all the time. He's constantly looking for reasons to be bearish, though. And the last couple of weeks, he's been talking about a 5 to 10% correction. So could still come. If that's going to happen, I would think it'd be in the tail end of May. You've seen the statistics before. I've shown you. All right. So these statistics don't lie. All right. So the first 6 weeks of the quarter, April 1st through April 1st through May 15th, you got about a 14.5% probability of a repeat in that stat, whereas after May 16th, which we're currently in, the last 6 weeks into June, there's about a 1.7%. So there's a disparity there that we need to keep an eye on. That said, price action is going. So, I'm not formulating an opinion based on this statistic, but you can see how the 6 weeks in the latter half of the quarter don't perform as well. Now, I have that stat for July, August, into the end of the year, too. July and August are generally not strong. August, that is, August. September, August, October, we've seen plenty of times where we pull back in the markets. For now, we've got a nice firm support level, the 420 breakout level. So if you're nervous about a pullback and like a 5% correction, like overnight for whatever reason, a lot of support below. Okay, we get above this 424, which we've printed. Did we print that? This is the split adjusted. Let me take this here, because I don't think those point and figure charts don't include that. So I'll need to take that off. Let's go to price labels. So the point and figure chart, no, we didn't fill 424. It's just 422, right? Yeah, 422 is what we did. Okay. 422 and change. All right, so price labels, let's put that back on. All right, so yeah, we didn't do 424. So 424, is that point and figure. We fill that box, we got a double top breakout. All right, SPY, double top breakout. Point and figure. It's good to know this kind of charting, by the way. It's good to know. It's good to have in your toolbox because it's an easy double check, if you will. 424 fills, that's a double top breakout. A lot of machines use point and figure in addition to others for algos to work, right? They use Fibonacci's. Why do they use Fibonacci's? Because a lot of people use Fibonacci's. So the levels are relevant. Same thing on technical levels. Same thing with open interest. Machines know where all this information is. They just do it a lot more efficiently than we do. Probably in 10 years, we'll all have our own personal computers doing this, and we'll, be vacation everywhere. Let the computers work, and we'll just receive the money for our computers doing the work. Instead of us laboring, the computers will do it for us, and we can sit around and get fat and eat bonbons and whatever. Or you can exercise all day, play golf, go swimming, go surfing, whatever your thing is, horseback riding. This looks good. Market looks good. I'm like Chatty Cathy today. Chatty Cathy. Let's go see what's working on the Dow Industrials. Okay, most of these looked good last week when we were talking about them. Every single one of these looked really good. Even Disney's showing up on the list. I prefer, the tech-related names: Intel, Cisco, Microsoft, Apple, Boeing. I really like. 242 is the level I'm seeing at the 50-day. for potential for this week. JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, I like those two. They looked really good. The banks look good. What's not working? That's a good question. What's not working? Was earlier, it was just biotech's not working. And video, let's go to the videotape. Videotape says biotech's not working. So one of our 4 indicators is risk off. Biotechs are generally perceived as a risky asset class, right? So having a system of checks or reference points using junk bonds, IWM, USO, and biotechs is a good way to stay on the right side of the trade. In addition to what we know with the volatility trigger with gamma, we can use these as well as points of reference. All right, so we want all of these moving higher, representing a risk-on trade. So blue is USO, IWM is red, the background is Hinkin-Ashi, that's junk bonds, and this is IBB. IBB giving us a little bit of a headache at the moment, but 3 of 4 are bullish. So is price action. Breadth is improving. VIX is on a buy. VIX is on a buy. So if you're concerned about the markets, I would say rest easy. In the weekend video, I talked about this looking sideways. You know, a green, red, green, looking for red. Now we're starting to break up. You see VIX is starting to break above this level. This is actually taking VIX and flipping it on its head. So VIX is making new lows. So this signal is moving higher and staying green. VIX is at 1855 right now. So when it's green, you're looking for higher highs and higher lows on the 60-minute time frame. Okay? This is the S&P 500 on the 60-minute. RSI is rising. All right, watch SPY here, starting to see a little bit of profit taking. Markets are not going to go straight up every single tick. Start taking a little profits off the take profits off the table. Not a bad idea. Let's go look at FANG one more time. And then we'll look at the watch list. All of these need to be above VWAP. Netflix was below VWAP, remember? Now they're all above. Guess which way we're not going at the present time. Unless these start to sell off back towards VWAP in like a big way, every single one of them, the momentum is clearly bullish and high up and to the right. Oh boy, I haven't been this ecstatic about the markets in a while. Ecstatic is not the same thing as euphoria. They both start with an E, but they have different meanings. If you're an attorney, you know words have meanings. Even if you're not an attorney, I'm sure you've heard the expression before. So that's FANG. Oh, let's go look at the watch list, see how we're doing on the watch list. This is meant, the watch list is meant for you just as a, you can print it out. And I'm not going to cover every single one of these stocks during the day, but things that I was looking for coming into today. Look at that volume. 8 days in a row. Isn't there a song, 8 days a week? 8 days a week. Yeah, that's the Beatles, right? So we got 8 days of solid buying. Today coming in, this is why it's on the watch list. We saw that volume. Whenever you see this kind of volume, it's time to pay attention. Day after day after day, they keep buying. MACD's crossed, stochastics rising. So even if you took a long this morning on an ABCD pattern, okay, you had an opening range breakout. We dipped, came back above VWAP, relative volume came in, and we took off to the races. So that watch list candidate looks really good. EVC, CELH is another one. Volume, look at that volume. Looks good. Facebook, we liked how Facebook was above the 50-day while the Qs moved back below the 50-day. Facebook stayed above. As much as I disliked the CEO, the company makes money. So you can't refute that. You know, you can dislike somebody or their position in life, yada, yada, political position. and still like the company. You know, I want to make money, so I'm not going to like not make money. Facebook looks good. What the hell is he talking about? Don't worry about it. Just ignore me. You can see Bentley Systems. I saw this one. I took this from Anton's list of stocks he was talking about in the charts only room. I liked it because we had, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days of bullish volume, only 1 day interspersed bearish. So today is the 9th day. And what is price doing? It's going crazy. I think in addition to that, I was going to put Booz Allen Hamilton on the list. Booz Allen Hamilton is going, Susie. I know Susie is trading this one. Booz Allen Hamilton looking like it's going to break out of this range. SPY in the Q's coming back a little bit. VIX. VIX still moving lower. Yeah. SPY pulling back a little bit. Maybe some puts up there. Maybe some puts, Stephen. If it breaks down, I'm not going to do anything on it. I'm going to stick with the momentum right now. The momentum is clearly bullish, and most of the stocks are moving higher. I'd be interested to see what Wall Street Jesus posts in terms of advanced decline stocks. Maybe he's got something already. He's got a picture of Leonardo DiCaprio today for his avatar. Wall Street Jesus. He posts some good tidbits of information if you're watching his stream. Especially, he hasn't posted anything lately though. The last thing I saw was 3.7 on StockTwits. Is that the right Wall Street Jesus? Let me see. That might be a different one. Yeah, okay, here we go. This is the right one. We got 3,625 advancers to 2,814 decliners. Make sure this is today. Yeah, that was just a couple of minutes ago, looks like. Bitcoin is climbing a wall of worry. All right, so SPY coming back now. SPY is coming back. Watch price action. All right, SPY's coming back. It filled the box, but it's not going to go straight up every single tick. All right, so 420, it could pull back tomorrow and the next day and then finally make a move higher. Anything can happen. Watching the cues, though. I'm more interested in what's happening with tech. You got tech and tech, semiconductors, growth working. You've got value working, banks, industrials, materials, energy. So you got a nice mixture of stocks. Okay, and you got quite a few advancing stocks today. Okay. So we've got 3,625 advancing and 2,800 declining. The trend is up. Net inflows. NASDAQ is seeing the most action. NYSE is trailing a little bit. 1.52 billion inflows, net inflows into the NASDAQ. All right, so no complaints there. Looks good. All right, there goes SPY. Starting to move higher now. SPY starting to move higher. Okay, somebody took profits right there. Most likely someone is taking profits. We had a nice move. 420 is the line in the sand for many people, so I'm not surprised to see some profit taking at 420 and change. A close up here would definitely seal the deal a little bit more for the bulls. The Qs, nice follow through, smaller profit taking candle there. And the futures also mirroring what we saw on SPY just now. We're bouncing though. Tick cumulative is rising, and we're doing it on 2-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ. 1.4 on the NASDAQ, 2-to-1 on the NYSE. The only way tick cumulative can stay green, producing higher highs and higher lows like it is for institutions to buy more stocks on the uptick than they're selling on the downtick. It's not my opinion. It's what the print is telling me. And we see it echoed in all the stocks, and VIX moving to the lows. VIX is just like, gave up. VIX gave up, it looks like. It doesn't mean it's down for the count. VIX will rear its head when you're least looking, least susceptible. VIX down here at the lows. The FANG stocks look good, though. Everything is above VWAP. FANG, everything is above VWAP. Okay. Facebook doing the best. Excuse me. Qs. Look at PayPal. Look at PayPal. Who's trading PayPal? I know some of you were talking PayPal a few minutes ago. PayPal's going. Let's keep an eye on PayPal. Nice move on PayPal today. PYPL. PayPal looking good. All right. Tesla, beautiful, beautiful look to it. Tesla Qs continue higher. Higher highs, higher lows on the futures. VIX at the low of the day. Stocks rising, more advancing than declining. Wow. What a great way to start the week, as a number of you have exclaimed in the trading room. Let's see. Let's go see what breath looks like. NYSE. Note with the NYSE, I removed the candles just so you can see what the 50-day and the 200-day look like. Not even changing the slightest bit since that November run. September, October, we got a crossover in September. A golden cross, 50, 200-day. All right, we want to see more new highs today. All right, so we finally got 60 more new highs. Advancing stocks beating out decliners. Advancing stocks beating out decliners in the lower panel there. And green elder sticks on the NYSE. So it's kind of hard to get too bearish. Looks nothing like February. The moving average is turning up. That looks good. CPC, I've told you before that this generally, these spikes, like we saw last week when we tested the 50-day, these spikes above 105 tend to be reversal points. All right. All right, that looks good. So, wow, what can I tell you? Everything I look at is making money right now. Beautiful. Candle glance on the Dow Jones. All these above VWAP. Verizon rather, testing. All right. All right, so you should be having a pretty good day today. Cisco, nice. Intel, double nice. I want to add to Intel. All right, so probably tomorrow. I'll add tomorrow. I'm in no hurry. I'd like to see what the Qs do tomorrow. Out of the gate. 420 is out of the way, so SPY has definitely done more than I anticipated for today. I thought for sure that this morning we'd see a run up into noon, and then during the noon hour we'd get B and C, but then we would fail. Nope. We took out 420, got a buy signal on point and figure. Go figure. Microsoft looks like it wants to keep going. I really can't find anything bad to say about the markets. Look at Microsoft. It's going to close at the high of the day. Buying all day long from the open. Little dip and then took off. What's the most bullish position you guys have? Let's take PayPal off of here. I don't need that anymore. What's the most bullish position for you? What's the biggest gainer for you today? Just post it in the trading room or in the YouTube channel, trading room. Just post it. What's your biggest winner today? What's the biggest winner today? Virgin Galactic. Yes, that one. I really like the way that chart has played out. Virgin. Big move. It was a black candle to start the day. Look at that move. Successful test flight today. Pushing this one to the moon. To the moon. All right, so let's say you missed Virgin Galactic. Let's take a look at Virgin Galactic. The fact that it reversed and buyers continued to show up and it's closing at the highs of the day would suggest that we're just going to keep going. All right, we're above the 50-day, the 200-day, so let's see. Let's see, can we get to 31? 31. All right, I might do I might sell some calls up here, the 31s. I don't see us getting above 31 in the short term. Maybe a little push higher tomorrow. Maybe I'll wait till tomorrow. I can wait till tomorrow. Viacom coming off the low. Watch Viacom sneaking around, sneaking through the alley with Sally. Viacom on the move, sneaking Sally through the alley. Viacom, VIAC. This one looked really good last week. Got some action, a little bit of profit taking there. Look for a push higher. 921's crossing upward. 50 days overhead. 5-minute looks really good. You see the buyers there at the low of the day? See the buyers? They're showing up. Viacom. Nice move back above VWAP. And the selling occurred in the morning session, and the buying came in the evening session. Inexperienced traders, experienced traders, pro traders buying the dip and pushing things higher. That's the way it's done. Unfortunately, for those who sold this morning, it was pretty tight price action for the most part on the daily. Not performing as well as other names like in the semiconductors and the software and internet groups, networking, security. Triple D still going. Path, Roblox, Snap. All right, nice trades there. All of those. Roblox. Okay, trying to break out. Probably breaks out tomorrow, Roblox. All right, and Bitcoin. Bitcoin stocks, related names, they're probably going to do well. The dip is getting bought, so we'll get that indicator that I was showing you, that custom indicator, to turn. Bitcoin, let's go. Bitcoin. What's going on here? What did I do? Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Okay, let me just do this. So a pretty good day. No matter what you're trading, probably having a decent day. Broad market catching a bid. Okay. All right. So this is starting to turn. This is about to turn. You can see Riot starting to turn on the weekly. Virgin Galactic. Nice. Riot. Nice. Can we get back to 30? Riot, let's take a look at the daily. Okay, so last week we exclaimed that it was holding the 200-day, despite the fact that Bitcoin was dropping and crucifying more longs. This held the 200-day. Looking for a bounce back to 30 maybe. If not, if it fails, that's another story.
TSLA, Tesla, hitting more new highs now, 613.87. Tango Lima Alpha.
I can just picturing. There goes Riot. Riot's ripping higher. Oh my God. This is not euphoria. All right. Ecstasy, I guess you could call it similar to euphoria, but ecstatic. I'm ecstatic. I'm happy. Happy's not spelled with an E, but I am happy. Euphoria is when you run outside and you're high-fiving with your neighbors and they're trying to figure out what the hell's your problem. That's euphoria. Euphoria, just being happy that the markets are confirming maybe your levels or your price action or your indicators are all saying the same thing. To me, I'm ecstatic when that happens. Euphoric, I hardly ever get euphoric over the markets. I certainly understand the thought process. You know, blood in the streets, buy when there's blood in the streets, sell when there's euphoria. I don't think people are really euphoric, do you? I don't get that sense anyway. A lot of people are probably listening to CNBC and Bloomberg wondering what the hell's going on. You guys said that we're supposed to get a 5% drawdown or, you know, we start to move sideways. Joe Terranova and Wapner and all those guys are, yeah, agreeing with Wapner, I guess because they want to stay on the show. But June and July are pretty decent months. June and July are pretty decent months. S&P 500 or the NYSE, let's take a look. Seasonality, industrials. June and July aren't bad. You know, they're not as bad as, say, March or October for the industrials. S&P 500. All right, so June and July are pretty damn good months. I don't know what CNBC is talking about. All right, SPY and the Qs consolidating into the last hour. Okay, so Oh boy. Yep, yep. All right, SPY on the Q is coming back, so I'm not surprised. It's not going to be a straight shot to the moon. Every single candle is not going to be a straight shot. We are going to have the occasional profit taking. I would take some profits off if you haven't already done so.
Mexico's foreign minister says Mexico to host phase 3 trials for Sanofi COVID-19 vaccine. That's Sandy November Yankee.
All right. SPY in the Qs. Looks like profit taking. Would love to see a close up here above 420. Looks like that they're going to pull it back a little bit. We've got 40 minutes to go. 41 minutes to go for the closing bell. I'll be right back. I'll take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back. All right, watching the markets. SPY, just watching. Let's see what VIX is doing. VIX at the low of the day, but not spiking higher yet. Tesla pushing to new highs of the day. Tesla pushing to new highs of the day.
UK's Telegraph says UK Treasury refuses to back Biden for minimum corporation tax.
Yeah, Square, PayPal. Square in particular, because it has so much exposure, both of these, Square and PayPal, has so much exposure to Bitcoin. If Bitcoin can manage a bounce, this is going to do well for them. I'm not particularly crazy about this chart pattern because it's so choppy. You might be okay with it. I much prefer cleaner charts. All right, cleaner charts. I mean, even PayPal is a little bit more cleaner. You got a nice wave down, wave up, wave down. The next wave up should take us back to these recent highs. All right, so that's another 20 points in PayPal. MasterCard, same kind of look, a little cleaner looking. Capital One. Is it COP? No, that's ConocoPhillips. Capital One. COF. Capital One Finance. Look how good Capital One looks. Capital One trending. Let's see what Visa looks like. Visa looks clean. MasterCard looks clean. I'm just not crazy about this this Square. I've had a couple of bad trades on Square and a couple of good trades to kind of outweigh each other. But generally, I don't have that much have much luck with Square. I'd much rather play PayPal. Or Capital One Finance. What does Synchrony look like? Synchrony, is it SYF Synchrony? Synchrony Financial, even that looks good. SYF too. Synchrony looks good. These companies have less exposure to all of the stuff that's happened with COVID-19 and people not being able to pay their bills and all the defaults in the credit card business. These having less exposure. And then Square, when you think about Square, Square does a lot of retail. You know, there's little Square dongles that go on your phone to do, you know, like, I don't know, if you go to a garden, farm, what am I trying to say? A farmer's market or whatever, you know, they generally have Square dongles that you can scan and, you know, pay for products. That kind of had a hit during the COVID business because a lot of people, you know, went out of business, small businesses. Regardless, if you look at the chart alone, much better looking chart when you look at Synchrony or Capital One. Less exposure in the credit card side, right? As far as defaults. And you can see it in the price action. It's very nice and calm and clean. Not a lot of pullbacks. It doesn't move very fast, but it has an ATR of over $3.75, $3.80. It's up $2.39. So tomorrow might be another day for this one. The banks also look good. Goldman Sachs, nice and clean. J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citigroup. We got earnings for Lordstown Motors tonight.
IZ announcing disco streaming event, India Zulu Echo Alpha, IZEA.
All right.
Market on close, 100 million on the sell side.
Krishna, are you telling me you have for the 420 call expiring today? Well, I would take it off at the highs. Unless you plan on getting assigned. Or you're telling me that you saw a lot of volume. Yeah, I saw a lot of volume too. Can't get over the bad luck Lee Star is having, you know, out there. It's so blue and everything. Just putting his feet up. I don't know how he does it. The guy doesn't even know to wear a pair of shoes. Look at that. He's without shoes. Going around catching funny looking fish. That thing, it looks like it has a personality. That's Rick over in Florida. All right, SPY and the Qs look like they're going to pull back a little bit more. All right, profit taking makes sense. New Jersey to drop indoor masking. It's funny how those, I'm not going to say, but there's a couple of states that all have the same sort of mentality. Others that don't. Not a political comment, it's just a observation. Well, they ran me out of New Jersey, that's for sure. there's more people in my neighborhood from New Jersey, New York, in the general area than there are from people from South Carolina. It's funny. Unless you're from South Carolina, I guess. I'm not sure. But homes down here would be a $350,000 house would get you about $800,000 house in New Jersey. And the taxes are like 10 times as much in New Jersey. My taxes are right around real estate taxes, $1,100 for the year. It was $18,000 in Sparta. Crazy. That's another mortgage. That's another mortgage. All right. They give away stuff. You got to pay for it. Somebody's got to pay for it. Still worth it if you're coming out of college and you're thinking about getting a job with little experience and you got a good education from a good school. Go interview in Manhattan. You'll probably find great apartment prices. Make sure you lock in a good rent lease and negotiate your new job because they're looking for people. They are definitely looking for people. All right. So Citi, we talked about banks. SPY and the Q's coming back. So you should be taking profits off the table.
Shares of Square following those Bloomberg headlines, trading on high 211.50, now at 210.42, up 5.25%.
Square is popping a little bit.
Reports from Bloomberg that the company plans to offer business checking and savings account. That's Sandy, Quebec.
Okay. We got a few companies reporting tonight. Reporting earnings tonight. We got Lordstown Motors reporting. Some nice looking setups here. Lordstown, RIDE is reporting. Tomorrow we have Dicom, AutoZone, Viasat, among others. HT, that's a Chinese hotel coordination and vacationing company. All right, and let's see. Next, later in the week, we've got a few names. Okta reporting on Wednesday. Capri, Dix is reporting. BMO, Lazy Days RV. Pure Storage is reporting on Wednesday after the close. Workday, Williams-Sonoma, American Eagle. Snowflake is reporting on Wednesday. And NVIDIA. Best Buy on Thursday. Dollar General, Medtronic, Dollar Tree, Burlington. TD Bank. Costco Wholesale Thursday evening. Gap, HP, Ulta. I'm expecting Ulta to do well. Dell Technologies, Box, Autodesk, And then big lots on Friday before the open. Hibbett Sports and Frontline. All those looking pretty good for this week. With Lordstown tonight. All right, let's look at RIDE. RIDE. Higher lows, well off of 52-week highs. Does this get a move on? Look at all this volume coming in. You think Lordstown is going to beat? Think somebody knows something? 3 white soldiers off of the low? You think somebody's going to, you think they know something? Look at that volume. You think they know something? I don't know, it looks pretty good to me. Yeah, Hibbett Sports is good. I like them too. Charles Schwab, looking for that to break higher. I don't know. I can't find a whole lot that looks bad. 5-minute charts, you got a little fade, but other than that, things look really good. Yeah, Tapestry. I went by a store in the outlet. There was nobody in the store. Zero. Not that that location really warranted a Coach store, but it's just an observation. I tell my wife that all the time. You go into a store, let me know what stores you're going to. Check it out. Let me know what kind of sales they're having, like TJ Maxx. Every time I go in TJ Maxx, since we moved down here, it's always busy. Always busy. And they always have good bargains. And there's like cars parked around the curb, bringing out furniture, you know, high ticket items. But look at it, it's pulling back though. So what we're looking for is a little pullback, maybe to the 200-day that would align with this low over here. So I'm not in TJ Maxx at the moment, but a pullback would certainly be a good setup. You don't want to buy up here. You want to be buying on pullbacks. Right now, we lost the 9, 21, and 50 days, so that tells you hands off, step back until we get a better read. Wing stop. Restaurants and bars, people are going to start going. There goes Wing. Wingstop, that's a beauty. That's got 160 written all over it on the next leg up. Wing. Maybe a little inside day tomorrow. Looking for a little pullback. What time is it? It's too late in the day to take a long on Wingstop, but it was on the watch list. Looks good. Yep, SPY and the Qs pulling back a bit more. Profit taking. Not that unusual to see some profit taking now. I'm very interested to see what Brent has to say about open interest. He keeps track of that so I don't have to. It's worth the money that I pay for his service because you can only do so much. One person can only do so much. I mean, as it is, it takes me like 3 hours to do the weekend video. From preparation, scripting, to actual recording the video. About 3 hours. I really need an algo or a AI to fill out that to fill out the opening monologue with all the information. That takes me an hour to do that work.
Shares of Riot blockchain popping here, spiking to the highs. MARA marathon patent.
Riot and the blockchain names. There goes Riot.
Bitcoin futures spiking to the highs, 39,200.
Riot continuation. RIOT. It's gonna break out of this pattern. It looks like. Look at the 5 minute. I don't know what Elon just said. I didn't catch everything he just said, but Riot is breaking out in response. Looks good. Riot blockchain. Looks good. Yeah, Lee Star, that looks like a tough life, man. That looks like a rough life altogether. How'd you guys get the lumber and materials to the site? Did you have Home Depot or whatever deliver it? Nice. It's too bad you can't even afford a pair of shoes, though, you know? There goes Riot. Riot, big time move here. We got less than 15 minutes to go, 14 minutes to go. Riot is like ripping higher. Nice move there.
Marathon Digital shares continue to pop here. 23.18 now, up about 11%. Following that Elon Musk tweet saying spoke with North American Bitcoin miners. Right, blockchain 26 at the high. Romeo India Oscar Tango.
All right, so apparently he's talking to some companies. I don't know what about, but sure seem to like it. All right, still going. All right, we got a pullback coming now. A little bit of a pullback. Hold on one second. Let me see who this is. No, I'm not interested. That's insurance.
Says yesterday I was pleased to host a meeting between Elon Musk and the leading Bitcoin miners in North America. The miners have agreed to form the Bitcoin Mining Council to promote energy usage transparency and accelerate sustainability initiatives.
All right.
Elon Musk also tweeting, if you'd like to help develop Doge, please submit ideas on GitHub and Reddit. Market on close, 300 million on the buy side. 300 million on the buy side, market on close.
All right. There goes Riot, ripping higher. Riot looking good. All right, got 5 minutes to go for the opening bell. 5 minutes to go. SPY still fading. All right, so a little overdone on the upside, but coming back, we'll be interested to see the update, see what kind of options positioning we have going into June to build from this level from last week with options expiring on Friday. Dealers and market makers taking care of hedges that were no longer needed because those options expired. So they took those off mostly today into noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. And right now we're just seeing a reversal of that play. Let's see what we got here. We've got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. Roku up $17 on the day. Roku. Nice move on Roku. GDX flagging. Triple D up a buck. Triple D looks like it's going to break higher.
RBLX, Roblox seeing some more heavy call activity now. June 110 calls, 2000.
Roblox is going quite nice today. Roblox at the high of the day. More sweepers on Roblox. More sweepers on Roblox. Yeah, I'm not that concerned about the not concerned about this little profit taking. All right, we had a big move today. Big move today.
Less than 1 minute to the U.S. market close.
Minute to go. Minute to go.
It's 4 o'clock.
All right, nice. All right, so what a wonderful day in the neighborhood today, boys and girls. A little selling. That's okay. We should be fine tomorrow. The most important part is the Qs and the SPY, where they are relative to the 50-day. Okay, so not that concerned. We'll have a write-up tomorrow, blog post. I generally don't post anything on Monday because I do all the work on the weekend, so I kind of take it easy on a Monday morning. But you knew what my thoughts were. We were looking for market makers and dealers to take care of the options that expired and the hedges that went with them. They usually take them off the day after, or Monday in this case. So we saw much of that buying this morning, and we peaked around 230 or so, 235, 240, and we saw profit taking from that point on. So I don't know, Stephen, if you took some Wahoo, yeah. So we saw that options coming off. So we'll know for sure tonight once the gamma is updated. So we'll let you know. Starting to see a little bounce after hours on that little pullback. Thanks a lot again, folks, for tuning in today. Welcome to the new members that have come in the last couple of weeks or so. A couple of new people today coming in. William, welcome. All right, Lordstown is reporting.
Expected 2021 capital expenditures of between 250 and 275 million.
All right, folks, thanks for all the shares, the teamwork in the room, ideas, comments, questions, concerns, always appreciated. Most of all, thanks for joining us at theclosingprint.com. I am your host, Cousin Vinny. From theclosingprint.com, I bid you adieu. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll send out a blog post probably tomorrow morning on observations on what to look forward to. I mean, most sectors were bullish today, so we had a very good day of breadth, more advancers than decliners, more new highs than new lows. VIX was strong. Everything looking pretty good. Let's see what VIX looks like. $18.56. So VIX closing at the lows of the day. All right, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.